Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Question 1, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my response will address PQs 1 to 5 for today's sitting.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the government works closely with the private sector to maintain adequate stockpiles of essential food items to serve as a buffer to ensure that our basic needs can be met in times of food supply disruptions. Our stockpiles are not intended as a mechanism to influence food prices. Our national stockpiles consist of a range of items, including rice, frozen proteins, and canned vegetables. We do not stockpile alternative proteins. The government works closely with the private sector to optimize our stockpiling operations, including to ensure proper storage conditions and conduct regular churning to ensure that the stockpile food is safe for consumption while minimizing food wastage. The Singapore Food Agency conducts regular inspections of our food stockpiles to ensure compliance with requirements. The operating cost of maintaining the government-owned food stockpiles is borne by the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Polisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, SMS Saki. I would like to know what are the considerations for selecting or even mandating some of these food suppliers to set aside food for the stockpiling, and also how may they be compensated, especially when some of this food may have to go into the stockpile, and also what are the considerations in terms of the food sustaining the freshness of the food that is in the stockpile.
SMS Zaki.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for a question, and I just want to assure the member that our stockpiles provide a critical buffer, especially when you think about food resilience in Singapore and how we may need to draw down in times of crisis. As Minister Grace Fu shared a few days ago, that we have now embarked on the Singapore Food Story 2, in which the stockpile is just one of 4 pillars, in which A, we will often try to diversify our local imports and rely on the local imports first, diversification, to ensure that we are food resilient before drawing down on the stockpiles. There's also Grow Local, in which we want to ensure that we have enough local supply before we draw down on the food stockpiles. And lastly, we are now embarking on a new pillar, global partnerships, in which we are working with other countries to ensure food resilience. So therefore, where stockpiling is concerned, it is where it is most critical, and we draw down only when it's most critical. But as I mentioned in my reply earlier on, the SFA conducts regular inspections to ensure that our food is safe, they are not expired. More importantly, that we do regular churns as well in the system to ensure that there is adequate safe supply of food in our system. And in doing so, we want to minimize food wastage to ensure that, where possible, we try to get towards zero food waste. So I want to assure the member that food waste is kept to a minimum in this regard. On the stockpiling of food through the private sector, the MSR, today we have, but that's only just for the rice. So we've not, so the rest of it is really government stockpile, but I can't reveal too much as it involves national security concerns, as member may be familiar with, because our stockpiles are really in consideration of not just the disruptions that could occur in the short term, such as pandemics or other forms of disruption, but also long-drawn situations where you have situations such as war, blockades, and other matter. So we'll keep it as that. There are certain details I can't reveal, but rest assured that the government does its best to minimize impact to food prices, to minimize impact to the private sector, but at the same time keeping food safe in our stockpiles. Thank you.
Mr. Fu.
Thank you, Speaker. Sir, my question to the SMS is this. Given the stockpiles aim to be able to provide for the entire nation, I can imagine that the volume of food that is stored is significant. I note SMS's assurances that there is zero food wastage, but he also shared that there is churn to make sure that the food is kept fresh and available, suitable for consumption. So my question is whether he can share a little bit more in terms of what are the strategies to ensure zero food wastage, because he doesn't want to also impact the market. So are the food used for community purposes, for example? Thank you.
SMS Zaki.
I thank the member for his question and concern about food wastage and how we manage this effectively. In my reply, I spoke about how we work with the private sector, commercial operators, in which this is also quite efficient because through them, there is offtake. There are ways in which we can minimize food wastage because as food expires, you also want to, I wouldn't say at the very last date, but there are ways to churn them through the system. I think that's important because that's an efficient market measure in which we churn at the same time not impact food supply and food prices here. There are occasions in which we may also dispose of them through food donations, but those are typically on large scales like humanitarian efforts, for example. So those are things that we do sometimes. But at the same time as well, how we dispose and how we do that, I can't give you too much details again because of national security concerns. But I want to assure the member that that we work towards zero waste. I'm not going to say zero waste today, but we are working towards zero waste as we minimize some of these food churn. Thank you.
Ms. Eniso.
I thank SMS for his reply. Well, I understand that the cost of prevailing food supply prices are currently not taken into considerations at this point in time. But whether moving forward, we can take this into considerations and consider working closely with MTI, because while I understand that we want to ensure sufficient food supplies for food security purposes, but we also want to take care of our merchants and hawkers in trying to mitigate their operating costs. And there has been feedback that there has been sudden surge in some of the protein items, for example, like chicken, which as a result, they are deliberating whether to transfer this cost to the consumers, which as a result, it will invariably also become a concern in terms of the cost of living.
SMS Zaki.
I think we should separate the two. Our stockpiles are not meant to be mechanism to influence food prices, not to find ways to flood the market so that prices of chicken or other meats come down. Ultimately, today the main stockpile that involves private sector stocking would be just rice. But having said that, as I said, it's really about stockpiling. We churn out through the commercial players, aiming not to disrupt the market. I think that's one of the key considerations for us. And therefore, we try to do it efficiently as much as possible without having to disrupt the market. But we should distinguish between stockpiling and price mechanisms for food and other supplies, because we should not then mess around with our stockpiles to try to influence food prices across Singapore. So I just want to assure member that we do our best, but at the same time as well, let's keep the two separate, stockpiling and food price mechanism. Thank you.
Mr. Sushen.
Thank you, SMS, for your answers. I have a few clarifications. I note that no alternative proteins are being stockpiled now. Is it a reason of cost? My second SQ is that in my PQ, I don't think I got an answer on the measures of sites and the audits on the sites available, especially for frozen food. Will you be looking at uninterruptible power supplies, and how often will you do the audits? Because as you mentioned, with the MSR coming on board, there will be more sites allocated for such stockpiling measures.
SMS Zaki.
On the food audits, I can assure the member again, as I said in my reply, SFA does regular audits on the food quality, food safety, to ensure that our food, when drawn down, is safe for consumption. That's one. So those are regular audits to ensure that our food supply is adequate at the same time as well safe. On the locations, I can't disclose where they are, but I can assure member as well that as we pick these locations, we look into storage capability, standards, making sure that they are able to stock our food stockpiles in a safe manner without having to worry about, like you said, supply interruptions. But I think Singapore, thus far, touch wood, we've been quite okay with our energy and power supplies. But I'm quite sure with some of these warehouses, like the one I visited, for example, they have such measures in place because we are not the only customer that they have. They're also managing it for other multinational firms and local firms as well, who require such food stockpiles. I mean, for them, I think for locations that we pick, I think we have to ensure that they are of sufficient standards, and I can assure member that is the case. Thank you.
Moving on, Mr. Ang Wee Nung. Would someone like to raise a question for him?
Question 6, sir. Question 6.
Mr. Speaker, Nutri-Grade measures were applied first to beverages as they contribute to more than half of Singaporeans' sugar intake. Beverages containing the highest levels of sugar and saturated fat are graded D and are subject to advertising prohibitions across all media platforms. We have seen encouraging results with the Nutri-Grade measures in place. The median sugar level of pre-packaged beverages has decreased from 7.1% in 2017 to 4.6% in 2023, and the average daily sugar intake of residents has fallen from 60 grams in 2018 to 56 grams in 2022. To reduce sodium intake and further reduce saturated fat consumption, Nutri-Grade measures will be extended to key contributors of sodium and saturated fat intake sold in the retail setting from mid-2027. Similarly, advertisements promoting the sale of products including pre-packed salt, sauces, seasonings, instant noodles, and cooking oil that are graded D will be prohibited. We will continue to monitor the effectiveness of the Nutri-Grade measures on the dietary habits of Singaporean citizens, Singapore residents, as well as developments around the region and internationally before considering any further measures.
Mr. Sean Low.
Question 7, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I invite the member to refer to MOE's response to questions number 40 and 41, filed by the member for written answer in the order paper for the 5th of November 2025, where MOE has addressed this issue in detail, but I'll provide some further details specific to the question that Mr. Sean Low has also filed for today. There are conditions imposed on the types of courses that the Skills Future Credit can be used for, to ensure that the courses taken meet our policy intent. For example, the $4,000 Skills Future Credit Mid-Career Top-Up targets mid-careerists aged 40 and above and can only be used for curated courses with stronger employment objectives. On the other hand, immediate relevance to employment is not the objective of the opening Skills Future Credit of $500, which is intended to encourage lifelong learning and skills development across different life stages. Overall, across SSG-supported training, 8 in 10 learners find the course content relevant to their work.
Mr. Low.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the SMS for the response, and I've read the response in the earlier replies over the last few days. I've also read the responses to other PQs filed by other members of Parliament. Many members of Parliament across both sides of the aisle have focused on the utilization of Skills Future credits and how to increase the utilization. I think that's a wrong question. I think we should be asking how Skills Future credits are helping to address the greater economic challenge of this time, which is how it improves the culture of lifelong learning so that it leads to better skills acquisition for better jobs. I take the SMS's point that the skills future credits are first and foremost meant to improve the culture of lifelong learning. To that end, I would like to ask the SMS whether the ministry or the government has measured that improvement in the culture of lifelong learning, and whether it can measure also the translation from that culture of lifelong learning to a culture of skills acquisition that is industry relevant. And for future tranches of the skills future credits, would the SMS agree that it would be better for our taxpayers' dollars to help encourage Singaporeans to acquire those skills that can help them get good jobs? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Mr. Loh for his question as well as his considered view on what the skills future credits and the interventions should be targeted to achieving. The short answer to all of his questions is yes, and we will continue to try to do better and develop more data on these issues. We do already work along this track. Indeed, we have part of the funding focused on developing the culture, and then part of the funding focused on creating opportunities for employment opportunity development. In other words, in mid-career, to create the opportunity for someone to transition into another career and have fulfilling employment as a result. We work with the sector agencies, with industry partners. We map out manpower needs to identify jobs and skills gaps. And we do want to then curate the training programs with the training providers to close those gaps. Is the culture of lifelong learning improving? The data would suggest it is. If you look at the number of courses, number of training providers, and the demand for that type of effort on the supply side. And there we do also have to look at some component of utilization of skills future credit, perhaps as a marker then of the take-up of lifelong learning opportunities. I take his point that that's not the only metric that we should focus on. We also look at job posting data. We do research together with the economic agencies to then make sure that we are achieving the kind of outcomes that he articulated. Of course, the provision of training through Skills Future is not the only thing that then leads to the economic outcomes that he has focused on, but it is something that we have to contribute towards. And we review our policies, we review our programs to enhance the accessibility, quality, and outcomes of our SSG-supported careers. So I thank him for his suggestions, and indeed, these are things that we are working towards.
Ms. Polisan.
Question 8.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to answer questions 8, 9, and 10 in today's order paper?
Please proceed.
Yeah, the government has not made any decision on deploying nuclear energy in Singapore. We are studying the potential for nuclear energy deployment as it is a low-carbon energy source that enhances our energy security. As part of our overall efforts to build capabilities to assess whether the latest nuclear technologies could be suitable for deployment in Singapore, we have set up dedicated nuclear energy teams in the Energy Market Authority, or EMA, and the National Environment Agency, NEA. The EMA and NEA teams are made up of public service officers. They will be adequately resourced to carry out their roles, and they will be collaborating with partners from other governments, as well as with industry and academia. The study commissioned by EMA is focused on helping Singapore understand the safety and the viability of various advanced nuclear power plant technologies. It will not focus on potential sites or deployment timelines. As I've shared right at the beginning, because we have not decided yet on, we have not made any decision on deploying nuclear energy in Singapore. We will engage the public regularly on the latest developments in nuclear energy to build an informed understanding on nuclear energy. on the 27th of October 2025, we published a background paper on Singapore's nuclear energy capability building journey to share more about the work that we've done thus far. Thank you.
Ms. Poh.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Many people are quite concerned about the health and also the safety impact of nuclear energy. I'd like to understand what is the strategy, communication strategy, engagement strategy to reach out to more members of public on this aspect. Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank Ms. Poh for her supplementary question. As I've said earlier on, we have not made the decision on whether to deploy nuclear energy technology. However, in the run-up, we've got SNERSI, which is the Singapore Nuclear Research and Safety Institute. We've just upgraded it to an institute. They have actually conducted public education dialogues. At the same time, given that the fact that we've just published a background paper to showcase what our journey has been thus far, we will continuously work with different governments, different jurisdictions. And as the updated safety profiles of these advanced nuclear technology comes on, we will share them with the public to build knowledge, background knowledge, and also to socialize our larger population, even if we eventually decide that we will not go down the pathway of deploying on our shores. It does not preclude our neighboring countries from deploying on their shores. And that education would involve getting big parts of our population to be socialized to the idea that our neighbors may also deploy that, and what are the safety considerations, the safety measures that we should be undertaking. I hope that gives you that reassurance. Thank you.
Mr. Ang.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the comprehensive reply. Can I ask supplementary question as if Singapore were to decide to have a nuclear reactors for purpose of power generation, the current thinking is that whether would it locate in the far part of Singapore or the offshore island. Second supplementary question is that what's the timeline if we were to decide to build a nuclear plant, what is the time frame? Does it take 10 years or 15 years to build? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank Mr. Ang for his two SQs. Perhaps you missed the earlier part of the answer. We have not decided. We have not decided whether to deploy nuclear energy technology. So I think it's premature for us, given the fact that we have not decided, to talk about potential deployment sites, and also whether it's going to be on an offshore island, whether it's in the sea or underground. The journey over the next few years will allow us to understand many of these advanced nuclear energy technologies, the promise they hold, and while the current thinking is the physics, the engineering works, the commercial feasibility and the viability has still yet to be proven. So as a result, the study is quite focused on comparing the different types of advanced nuclear technology and whether the safety profile, whether the type of outputs that they generate, how efficient they are, will eventually benefit us or not. So as far as the timeline is concerned, we have not even made the decision. I think the timeline is even further out. So I cannot comment in a very definitive manner as to what kind of timelines we are looking at. What I can safely say is from the results of the 2012 study that we have completed, and if you could look back at the report that was released, is that conventional nuclear power nuclear energy technology, the conventional ones, those that involve very large conventional reactors, is not suitable for Singapore. And hence, we have no plans to even look at deploying those. I hope that gives you that clarity that you need. Thank you.
Dr. Chu, Pei Ling.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response. Public engagement is a strategic activity for building trust, understanding, and the concerns of the community, and ensuring that local needs and preferences are considered in nuclear project planning. My supplementary question is, could the Ministry elaborate more on plans to enhance public literacy on nuclear technologies, especially among youth and non-technical communities, so that future discussions are informed and inclusive? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank Dr. Chu for her SQ. Today, as I've shared over the last couple of minutes, that the government is in the process of building capabilities. And this is in line with IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency's milestones approach. And we are supported by international partners to study this potential deployment with very high standards of safety, security, and safeguards. Now, given that in Singapore we have a very densely populated, very urbanized environment, we want to also not alarm the public. We want to continually engage them regularly on the latest developments in nuclear energy. Now, as I've said earlier on, even if we ultimately decide not to deploy here, it doesn't mean our neighbors will not deploy. So as the regional interest in nuclear powers continues to grow, we want to contemporaneously and progressively prepare our fellow Singaporeans for the potential deployment of nuclear energy in the region. After all, we have a very small footprint. Like what they say always in Mandarin, that 我们是弹丸小国. So we're a very small country. So we have to prepare our population. And what are the mitigating actions that could be taken in the unlikely event of an accident in nuclear energy facilities in the region? And that's what we will proceed on very sure-footed steps. I hope that gives you the reassurance that you need, Dr. Chu. Thank you.
Okay, last SQ, Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. Given the safety concerns around SMRs, which are light water reactors, under what conditions would the Ministry consider training a cadre of experts in thorium or in molten salt reactors, which have better safety characteristics, like running near atmospheric temperature? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank Mr. Tiong for the question. I think it's important to note that today we have embarked on a slow and steady series of steps for us to first gain understanding on a comparative analysis of the different types of technologies that's available. Now, the ones that he alluded to, molten salt reactor, light water, including thorium, we also need to consider the supply chain. And today, given our understanding of the supply chain for thorium, the concentration risk in terms of the procurement of the supply of thorium is actually quite limited. So today, our focus is still on a number of the newer ones, the small modular reactors, the new generation thermal high-pressure reactors. We have committed, I think, Mott MacDonald to do that study for us. And when we get the results of that study, sometime down the line, we will be able to make a more meaningful comparison. And I'm sure by the time PQs will be filed, I'm happy to update the House again. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hui Eng.
Question 11, sir. Beyond the completion of the planned 50 silver zones island-wide, there are currently no plans to designate additional silver zones. In its place, we have launched the Friendly Streets initiative. Introduced in 2023, Friendly Streets encompass and build on existing efforts such as silver zones. The LTA will continue to make commutes in our neighbourhood safer, more convenient and comfortable for all by expanding the Friendly Streets initiative to all towns by 2030. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank SMS for her reply. I just have two SQs. First really is there was an 80% drop in traffic accidents involving senior pedestrians in silver zone areas. Can I ask, about the Friendly Streets pilot, whether it has also been effective in ensuring and improving safety of the neighbourhoods? Second, in Nee Soon South, about 1 in 3 residents is a senior above 50 years old, but also at the same time, like Pongo, we have a growing young family population. So I'm happy to hear that Family Streets is really the way forward to improve safety of the different neighbourhoods, catering to the different needs. May I ask, what's the parameters and considerations in determining the selected Friendly Streets? And also maybe can I ask the Friendly SMS to consider Nee Soon South to be actually included in the friendly list of the next batch of Friendly Streets? Thank you.
SMS Soon.
I thank the member for her supplementary questions. Friendly Streets will be implemented in high pedestrian flow, high activity areas. So for instance, near hawker centres, near markets, near MRT station, near community clubs. We have completed 5 Friendly Street projects earlier this year in Toa Payoh, Ang Mo Kio, West Coast, Bukit Batok West and Tampines, and we have received strong support and feedback from the residents. Average vehicular speeds at these Friendly Streets has dropped by about 20%, and this contributes towards pedestrian safety. On her second question, indeed, under the Friendly Streets initiative, we could incorporate elements such as signalised pedestrian crossing, curbless crossing, reduce speed limits. These were, for example, launched in Pongo just last weekend. These are initiatives which will benefit both the elderly as well as young families. So as I've shared earlier, we will expand the Friendly Streets initiatives to all towns by 2030. And within each town, the Friendly Streets initiatives will be launched in areas with high pedestrian flow and close to amenities. And I've heard her feedback, so we'll continue to identify more areas to implement Friendly Streets and also potentially Nee Soon South, as suggested by Ms. Lee. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 12.
Mr. Speaker, Tengah Link is a single-lane road built for the express purpose of allowing buses to enter and exit Tengah town from Bukit Batok Road quickly. More buses will use Tengah Link as a dedicated bus corridor as more bus services are introduced in tandem with Tengah's public transport-centric development. Opening up Tengah Link to cars is not possible as it will lengthen travel time for bus commuters and will also result in long traffic queues for surrounding roads, even during off-peak hours. This is because the single-lane road is designed as a bus lane and is not designed to accommodate general traffic. Motorists can use Tengah Drive and the PIE interchange with Tengah Boulevard to get in and out of Tengah town quickly. To better guide motorists, LTA has improved road marking and signages. The PIE interchange will also be upgraded by 2028 to provide motorists more options to access Tengah town.
Dr. Chu.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Acting Minister for his response. Tengah is Singapore's first town built entirely anew in 20+ years, and ensuring strong connectivity is key to its success. As residents settle in improving road access, even on a trial basis, these can greatly enhance daily convenience and support a smoother transition as longer-term transport infrastructure is built. My supplementary question is, would the Ministry consider implementing a pilot scheme to open Tengah Link during selected off-peak hours with close monitoring of its impact on both traffic flow and bus service efficiency? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Jeffrey Seow.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Dr. Chu Pei Ling for her strong advocacy of Tengah residents' interests. I have discussed this extensively with the Land Transport Authority, her suggestion on whether we can open up Tengah Link during select periods or on an interim basis. Try as we might, it's not possible for us to do so because we have the intention to introduce more bus services for Tengah Town, and Tengah Link will become a lot busier. By keeping it as a dedicated bus corridor, we also have the intention of adding bus stops to facilitate transfers for residents on Tengah Link. And as a consequence, that road will become more crowded, and it's not possible for us to then allow it to be open to private cars. We have also considered the option of widening the road, but because of infrastructure and utilities on either side of Tengah Link, that too is not possible. So I ask for the honourable members' understanding as well as Tengah residents' understanding on this issue, that we have tried our best, but it's unfortunate that we cannot open up the road to private vehicles. Thank you.
Ms. Saniso.
Question 13, please.
Mr. Speaker, Clean and Green Singapore is a year-round national environmental sustainability drive. This year it featured over 1,200 ground-up community events, workshops and activities organized at various locations island-wide, with or by partners like the Public Hygiene Council and Community Development Councils, culminating in an annual CGS Day celebrating our collective environmental commitment. Beyond CGS, Singaporeans can also participate in NEA's other campaigns such as Clean Tables and Say Yes to Waste Less. NEA has no plans to set specific targets for the campaigns, but the objectives are to engage and shape public attitudes towards environmental sustainability.
Ms. So.
I thank SMS for his reply. I have 3 SQs in this regard. First, are the participation rates at the CGS Drive or the CGS Day itself to NEA's satisfactions? How can NEA further cultivate more greater interests and involvements of our Singaporeans towards the objectives that we have set in relation to the clean and green? And finally, whether NEA can consider, as part of the annual celebrations at the CGSD, to consider to set some targets or begin to start tracking in relation to how much carbon footprint reductions, energy waste efforts reductions that we have been doing in the community. On the day itself, we can then actually present and share with fellow Singaporeans the powerfulness of the community coming together to do green and go green.
SMS General.
Sir, we do indeed have data on the participation rates, but the Clean and Green Singapore is a movement, and it involves a large number of events across a very wide surface area. The number of events have increased from 400 in 2023 up to 1,200 in 2025, involving over 400,000 participants. The number of stakeholders, NGOs, community groups also has been increasing. So we do indeed track the participation, but it's not so clear what the correct number to target for any given event is. Each event, you may have do it one year, you may not do it the next year, depending on the needs. So I think the key thing is that overall, the awareness of the need for reduce, reuse, and recycle, the interest from stakeholders stepping forward, and the participation of the public in these sustainability efforts is what is important, rather than necessarily whether the number of people at any given event increases every year. In actual fact, the number of people participating in CGS as NEA-related events over each year has indeed increased, but that's not necessarily the absolute target that we should strive for. how can NEA cultivate further interest and engagement? Indeed, there are a number of funds. The SG Eco Fund is but one of several funding mechanisms, and there are partnerships that we're developing with schools, with educational institutions, NGOs, and the private sector, and all of this is towards the idea of increasing interest and engagement in initiatives that can help us to reduce, reuse, recycle, and improve our sustainability. The idea of looking at the carbon savings, energy savings around each event is an interesting one. It's worth studying. Sometimes takes quite a lot of effort to be able to do so, but actually that is a skill we will increasingly need, a capability that we will increasingly need across a variety of organizations to be able then to improve our carbon footprint and increase our sustainability. So we will continue to study ideas such as the one that Ms. Hani So has suggested. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Question 14.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer questions 14 and 15 in today's order paper?
Please proceed.
The Singapore Gas Co. is a government-owned entity that was established in April this year to centralize the procurement of natural gas for the power sector in Singapore. GasCo will construct and maintain a diversified and resilient gas supply portfolio to enhance gas security and mitigate gas price volatility. In addition, GasCo will put in place systems and processes to ensure that it does not procure natural gas from sanctioned entities or sanctioned jurisdictions. Now, we are unable to go into details on GasCo's procurement approach owing to commercial sensitivities. Thank you.
Mr. Muhaimin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two SQs for the Minister. First, whether the Ministry is aware whether Singapore GasCo will maintain strategic LNG reserves to buffer against supply disruptions, and whether this will require an expansion of the current SLNG terminal. Second question, whether Singapore GasCo will be subject to the same SLNG tariffs and charges as other terminal users. Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his two SQs. Actually, I think there are three. Now, GasCo's core business activity is to build a secure, a reliable, and a diverse portfolio of natural gas contracts at stable and competitive prices. GasCo's board will enable, because they are experienced members who have come from very diverse range of companies, but all in the, with many of them having many years of experience in gas procurement companies. So it would provide oversight of GasCo's hedging strategies through its risk management committee. As I've said earlier on, the gas portfolio is diversified and it's resilient in terms of price index, tenure, and source. Now, as to further details, because of the commercial sensitivities, please understand that, and I beg for your indulgence, that I would not go into it any further. Now, as far as the buffer for extreme price volatilities, in 2022, we set up the standby LNG facility, and I think that 2 months before that, in November 2021, this House actually approved an amendment to the bill for us to set up that standby LNG facility. When the standby LNG facility was set up at the end of January, and we made that storage of supplies. About a month later, hostilities broke out in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, and I think that tied us over a period of extreme volatility. And till now, that standby LNG facility has served us well. Now, to your point about the whether we are increasing our SLNG terminal. We have indeed gone on. We have committed to constructing the second LNG terminal. Just about a week and a half ago, the steel cutting ceremony has started. We are on track to complete the terminal between 2028 to 2030. So once that is done, we would have another 50% increase, not just in throughput, but also in storage, building up our SLNG capabilities. As far as tariffs is concerned, it is spread across all the different sectors, and the prices, obviously, depending on the volatile, like I said, because of our very diversified portfolio that we will be starting from 2026 onwards, we believe that we would be able to manage the volatility in terms of pricing. I hope that gives you the reassurance. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Question 16.
Mr. Speaker, under SSG's terms for training providers, there are strict marketing guidelines which prohibit training providers from making exaggerated claims, offering monetary incentives in exchange for course sign-ups, or engaging in aggressive marketing tactics. For example, SSG has reminded training providers to focus on promoting the merits of the courses and not use the expiry of the skills future credits to hard sell their courses to individuals. Given the large number of training providers, SSG supplements its own monitoring of their marketing behavior by relying on feedback and whistleblowing by the general public and learners. When SSG guidelines are flouted, SSG takes enforcement actions. These include suspension or termination of a training provider's registration with SSG. SSG publishes the list of training providers who have flouted the terms and were subject to enforcement actions. From the 1st of December 2025, SSG will disallow registered training providers from engaging, requesting, or procuring any third party to market courses directly to learners. This is necessary given an increase in public feedback on undesirable marketing practices involving third parties over the past year. This new prohibition will reduce the risk of the public being subject to misrepresentation, overpromising, or undue influence when third parties are involved in the marketing of training programs. It can also avoid the compromise of personal data when third parties ask for such data to facilitate course sign-ups. The majority of our training providers comply with SSG's marketing guidelines, and the practice of engaging third parties for direct marketing is not widespread. Nevertheless, SSG has taken action to address public feedback to avoid such undesirable practices from proliferating, which could bring the training sector into disrepute and harm the interests of learners. Publishing performance data of training providers is another safeguard for our learners. SSG requires learners taking SSG-funded programs to give feedback on course quality and how well the training supports their career growth. The ratings for each course are published on the My Skills Future portal to help learners make informed training decisions. Safeguarding public trust and confidence in our lifelong learning system is a key priority for SSG. We will continue to monitor training providers' marketing behaviors, adjust our guidelines, and take fair and proportionate enforcement actions where necessary. We remind our training providers to abide strictly by the marketing guidelines. We also seek continued feedback from the public, seek continued support from the public to be vigilant and to provide feedback on non-compliant marketing practices.
SMS General, I assume your response is also, your reply is in response to PQ 17.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Yes, please. If you don't mind, I would like to address PQ 16 and 17 together.
All right. Dr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the SMS for its response. Many Singaporeans, including our residents in Tampines, are anxious about employability. Skills upgrading must be built on trust to protect our learners, and we need to ensure that training providers are credible, relevant courses are provided, and public funds are used responsibly. So I have a couple of supplementary questions. Number one, what avenues are available for whistleblowers, especially those who are not digitally savvy, to report unethical course practices? And number two, if participants find that courses fall short of the promised content, what recourse or mechanisms are there? And lastly, will there be regular audits besides relying on feedback from course participants? Thank you very much.
SMS General.
Sir, I thank Dr. Charlene Chen for the questions. There are a number of reporting mechanisms. Not all of them are online and digital, and we do engage directly with training providers to make sure that they also are looking for feedback, as well as the institutions that are curating. So the feedback can be about the service provider as a whole, the faculty, for example, the course, and we have several lines of communication in order to make sure that we do give feedback. The recourse will depend very much on what the nature of the complaint is. It's not always possible for a refund, if that is what Dr. Chen is asking about. But indeed, we want to be able to have the feedback so that we can take remediation to make sure that the course, the subject, the approach, the assessment techniques, for example, are fit for purpose and serve learners as a whole. And indeed, we do conduct audits so that we have various methods of assessing the quality and to verify that the training that is stated is actually being delivered.
Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin.
The NCCS has established a referral framework with the employment support agencies, the Workforce Singapore, and the Employment and Employability Institute. The referral framework helps to identify and provide customized employment support for job seekers with mental health conditions. It will be rolled out in June 2026. NCCS is also developing a vocational assessment framework across the employment support agencies to assess the work readiness and support needed by persons with mental health conditions. NCCS is in the process of standardizing the assessment tools to be used and the type of professionals who will be conducting the assessment.
Ms. Nadia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the SMS for his response. My follow-up questions is really around what sort of mental health conditions will this framework cater for in terms of the availability of jobs? And is there a planned duration for which support will be provided for persons with mental health conditions and in recovery who are seeking jobs? Thank you.
SMS Co.
So I thank the member for her questions. I think mental health conditions encompasses a very wide spectrum. So the key thing is to make sure that in our support rendered, you will be individualized to the needs of the individual. Not every individual with a mental health condition will want to seek employment, but I think our aim is to make sure that those who desire to do so, we will do our best to support them in terms of vocational training and maybe support measures, so that they can become equipped with the necessary skills and the ability to actually get into employment. As for the duration, again, it's going to be individualized because different individuals with different conditions will have different needs as well. So the professionals will have to assess each and every one of them on an individual basis. But I would suggest we give the professionals time to come up with a framework, because that will be something that will be useful as a guide to what they can do. But clearly, there will be certain individuals where the condition would be quite unsuitable for employment, and therefore, regardless of what the duration is, it may not reach a point where the person can reach capability to be deployed meaningfully in a workplace, in which case other measures to support the individual's needs will have to be considered.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Speaker, our public education efforts will cover both the benefits as well as the risks of nuclear energy. I've said it many times, while Singapore has not yet made a decision on nuclear energy, a number of countries in the region have already announced plans to adopt nuclear energy within the next decade. Of course, whether they can do it or not, that is a function of how the technical aspects will pan out. Now, it's important, therefore, to help the public understand how the advancements in nuclear energy technologies, the deployment of nuclear energy, can now be carried out in a safer way. We also need to educate the public on how including nuclear energy in our energy mix can enhance our energy security, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and ultimately benefit Singaporeans. Now, while the government had ruled out conventional nuclear energy technologies in the 2012 pre-feasibility study, the newer nuclear technologies, such as the small modular reactors and the Generation 4 reactors, incorporate new safety features that can significantly reduce the risks and mitigate the impact of accidents compared to many of the plants operating around the world today. We will also help the public understand the capabilities, first and foremost, that Singapore is building up to enable us to take a considered decision on whether eventually to deploy nuclear energy. And if we should decide to do so, how we will manage this safely. Thank you.
Mr. Singh.
I'd like to thank the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for the reply. It appears to me that the question on safety involves two distinct issues. One is Singapore's own decisions insofar as SMR and Gen 4 reactors are concerned, or Gen 4 technology is concerned. And the other question is the regional rollout of nuclear technologies. So the public education process has to address both these issues. On the matter of announcements made by countries in the region, can the Minister confirm what is the extent of that progress and is the technology that is being considered by these regional partners of ours of the new generation nuclear technologies or of the old generation technologies? That aside, the other question, of course, is in terms of the government's plans, specifically in terms of public education. The paper that I referred to, which was in my PQ, the 2018 paper, which was funded by the Singapore National Research Foundation, suggests that there may be a lot of misunderstanding with regard to nuclear technology amongst Singaporeans that has to be overcome. Granted, the sample size was small, just 39, but the suggestion is that there's quite a bit of work to be done on the public education front.
Minister Tan.
I thank Mr. Singh for his supplementary questions. It has flowed into a trend of thought. So I would try to follow according to the same wavelength and frequency, but in the event that I drop a few beats, please sort of give me back some of the points that you're raising. So first and foremost, perhaps I can sort of provide a glimpse as to what the government is thinking of in terms of the setup. So there are two teams today, a team at EMA and one team at NEA. So EMA's Nuclear Energy Office, that falls under my portfolio of coverage within the MTI family. So the EMA's Nuclear Energy Office will primarily assess the feasibility of deploying advanced nuclear energy technologies for power generation in Singapore. Now, NEA, the National Environment Agency's Nuclear Safety Division, will focus on nuclear safety and safeguards for potential deployments in Singapore as well as in the region itself. And, you know, I note that there's a lot of interest in the surrounding ASEAN region in terms of their deployment. I cannot commit for sure as to their timelines, although they have what we glean are from official public sort of newspaper reports out there. There's been some exhortations by our neighbors that they want to develop it in 10 years, some 15, some 20 years. They have not stated what type of technologies they're going to deploy, whether it's conventional ones or whether it's going to be the advanced nuclear energy technologies. Now, if it is the advanced nuclear technology type of the newer types like the SMRs, the Gen 4, then I think pretty much the assessment level, the readiness level, we are probably on par. But having said that, within the countries in the region, many of them actually have already developed and they've planted research reactors within their respective countries itself. I don't have the total numbers of the research reactors. I suppose there are some in Indonesia, in Malaysia, I believe in Vietnam, possibly even in the Philippines as well. Now, for us, I think what's important to note is that, as I've said earlier on in my reply to the other MPs in the House, today the physics work, the engineering works. I think the last big step is whether it can be commercially viable, because the physics, the engineering can work, but if the costs are so high, they're so prohibitive, then it really would not be pragmatic, feasible, or nor would it be practical for us to deploy here. So hence, that comparison and the undertaking of that feasibility study today by Mott MacDonald, it's out there to assess this. Having said this, what we know today is that the advanced nuclear technology is significantly safer than the conventional ones because a lot of the safety systems are passive and they're inherent. They don't need an external active operator to go in and intervene. The difference between, the public, myself included, in the early stages of my entry into government, was also sort of pretty much affected by what we read about in Fukushima and in Chernobyl. But those systems were the first, second generation. They were built many, many decades ago. I think that engineering, the safety design has significantly improved since then. And that's why we're undertaking this feasibility study. So I beg your indulgence. Some of the questions you asked pertaining to our neighbors itself, it would be very difficult for us to comment on what they are doing. We've heard anecdotal announcements that there could be potential need for sightings 500 kilometers south of us. There are also need for more remote areas for small modular reactors, for instance, like in Kalimantan or even over in the eastern part of Indonesia. We cannot confirm what is the state or the level of maturity in terms of their thinking or their discussions. Suffice to say, we work very closely with international agencies, the IAEA, for instance, together with the IEA, and with that, we understand from the data and we try to triangulate. But these are very early stages. So hence, that's why I said, we'll try our best to answer, but a lot of that information is just not out there. Thank you.
Last SQ, Associate Professor James Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. I note the two agencies within the government that Minister Tan mentioned, as well as the recently set up Nuclear Research and Safety Institute within NUS. Notwithstanding how the Non-Proliferation Treaty does not restrict peaceful users of nuclear technology, I'm wondering if the Minister will be able to share what challenges the government has faced in acquiring top-end talent in nuclear science and engineering, given the traditional guardedness that leading nuclear nations have had in disseminating the frontier of such knowledge.
Minister Tan.
I thank Professor Lim for his SQ. The first and foremost, SNRSI was incorporated some time back. I don't have the date offhand with me. This year, it was upgraded. It used to be SNRSI. The I was an initiative. But what the agencies have recognized is that because of the enhanced interest in advanced nuclear technology, they've decided to upgrade it from an initiative into an institute. So it resides within NUS itself. It's an independent body, and it does all of the simulation framework. It does a lot of the public education, and it continues to be so. For the type of technologies that would be suitable for Singapore, we have concluded as a result of that pre-feasibility study in 2012 that conventional nuclear technologies would not be possible for us, nor is it even practical nor feasible, because the emergency safety zones means that there's nowhere in Singapore we can site it. However, the way the newer types of nuclear energy development we have seen offers promise, because the buffer zone is significantly reduced, and some of these small modular reactors allow for the potential and the possibility of it stacking. So to that end, we look at it with a lot of interest, because it could offer potentially, if we make that decision, and it would take us some years to come to that decision. For us, it is one way of diversifying our energy mix, and at the same time, it offers us security in terms of supplies. And to your earlier colleague's point, Mr. Tiong's point about thorium, we also need to think about the supply chain, because today that concentration risk is very, very high. So these are all the factors that we have taken into consideration. The nuclear talent that you were alluding to, from now to the time if ultimately we should choose to deploy, the deployment part would take a different level of talent versus those, with regards to just making sure that we have a safe environment, we take the necessary precautions should our neighbors decide to deploy. So we're really talking about different scenarios. Having said that, we have made some plans to start to train our own core group. We've got nuclear trained scientists, both on EMA as well as within the NEA's perspective, and also in academia. And we will continue to work with international bodies. I've also made the announcement that we recently signed the US 123 agreement with the US. We're working, stepping up engagements with the French, and learning from the Idaho National Labs, learning from the different institutes in France, even working with the UK, that would allow us to train, to provide that runway, to train the type of talent that we will need. I hope that gives you that reassurance. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho. Question 20.
Mr. Speaker, from January 2023 to October 2025, 880 new employers have adopted the tripartite standard on unpaid leave for unexpected care needs, bringing the total number of adopters to more than 4,500 employers. MOM, tripartite partners, and other agencies encourage employers to implement progressive employment practices, including adopting the tripartite standard on unpaid leave or unexpected care needs. This is done through its various websites. The Singapore National Employers Federation has also conducted close to 20 workshops since 2020 to guide employers in implementing leave benefits, including adopting this tripartite standard. To create greater awareness, tripartite partners recognize organizations that have successfully implemented progressive employment practices, such as work-life programs, through the Biennial Tripartite Alliance Awards.
Mr. Ho. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the SPS for its response. Given that preterm infants often face prolonged NICU stays and require follow-up appointments,
has MOM studied whether the 4 weeks of unpaid leave per year under the current standard is sufficient in duration and flexibility? Next, could MOM also consider publishing a public registry of adopters with opt-in so parents can identify supportive employers? Lastly, when might MOM intend to review the effectiveness of the tripartite standard and what indicators will it use? Thank you.
SPS Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his 3 SQs. We have been progressively enhancing parental leave provisions to better support parents with young children, including the recent enhancements of the government paid paternity leave and the introduction of the new shared parental leave scheme. And with these enhancements, eligible parents can receive up to 30 weeks of parental leave in their child's first year. Parents with multiple or preterm births or whose children have congenital conditions can tap on these enhanced leave provisions to have more time to care for their children or settle caregiving arrangements. Beyond these leave provisions, flexible work arrangements can support all workers, including parents, to more effectively balance their caregiving responsibilities and career aspirations. The tripartite guidelines on flexible work arrangement requests, implemented in December 2024, sets out the process for employees to formally request for FWAs, and for employers to consider and respond to these requests on reasonable business grounds. Parents can discuss suitable flexible work arrangements with their employers if they require more time to care for their children. With regards to the tripartite standard adopters, the member can find it is already available on TAFEP's website. And for the third question on the member's account, MOM will continuously monitor these indicators and make necessary adjustments if required in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Question 21.
On average, QR code clearance and passport clearance at the bus halls of the land checkpoints take approximately 10 and 13 seconds, respectively. All automated border clearance system lanes at the bus halls are enabled for both QR code and passport clearance. The lanes will be designated to offer QR code clearance only if there is an operational need to do so.
Mr. Fadli.
Thank you for the reply. Does the ICA change the percentage of clearance lanes that are QR only during peak hours or when there are a lot of travelers who may not have downloaded the My ICA mobile app, such as leisure or elderly travelers? And what steps is the ICA taking to encourage downloading of the My ICA mobile app for QR code clearance?
MOS go.
I thank the member for the 2 questions. Firstly, in terms of all the lanes, as I said earlier in my response, all the lanes are enabled for QR code and passport clearances. We're still in the process of encouraging more members of the public to use QR code because QR code clearance is faster than passport clearance. And we do find that having to designate perhaps QR code only or passport only clearances is not the most practicable because there are certain members of the public who may not have gotten the QR code application done properly, and actually the process of going back to using only passport takes even longer. I reassure the member of the House that the ICA is constantly reviewing our operational processes to ensure that checkpoint operations are smooth and that we will do as much as we can to enhance the traveller experience. But all these taking into account the need to balance and trade off against and to make sure that we do not compromise border security. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Question 22, please.
The Ministry has a range of measures, both legislative and relating to public education, to encourage drivers and riders to be more careful. The Ministry has, for example, raised penalties for speeding to try and reduce accidents. Ultimately, whether these measures succeed depend on all our road users. In terms of benchmarks and targets in all of these areas, whether relating to crime or to accidents or other matters like such, the government must approach on the basis that there is zero tolerance, in that we should aim to prevent such accidents completely. Every fatality is one too many. But we should also be realistic to accept that in any society there will be crime, in every society there will be accidents, and there will be other such incidents going forward. Some people will get into accidents, commit crime, regardless of the penalties, and attempts to prevent them from doing so will not deter some. To enhance road safety for all motorcyclists, the Traffic Police recently updated the standards for motorcycle helmets, which will take effect from 1st November 2025. In addition, the Land Transport Authority will require all newly registered motorcycles to be equipped with an anti-lock braking system from 1st April 2027. This will reduce the risk of skidding and maintain vehicle stability during sudden and hard braking. Traffic Police also runs public education campaigns targeted at the riding community. Traffic Police launched the Singapore Ride Safe campaign in conjunction with the Singapore Road Safety Month in 2025, which reached out to more than 13,500 people. And public awareness campaigns such as the Reward the Sensible Motorist, these campaigns overall encourage motorcyclists to adopt safe riding habits and don protective riding gear.
Mr. Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. Just one SQ for MOS. So I understand from the latest mid-year traffic situation report that the number of speeding-related accidents have declined with some relief, but at the same time, the number of accidents involving motorcyclists have still risen close to about 10% year-on-year in the first half of the year. I think the ABS requirement from 2027 onwards is a welcome addition, but at the same time, will MOS be able to share, based on its analysis of past motorcycle accidents, what are some of the key reasons for these accidents and fatalities, and any other kind of preventive measures that the police is considering implementing? Thank you.
MOS go.
Speaker, I thank the member for his supplementary question. Indeed, the recent mid-year statistics on overall road accidents have indicated that the number of accidents involving motorcyclists increased about 9.5% from 1,900 in the first half of last year to about 2,088 in the first half of this year. The numbers are high, and in fact, motorcyclists do comprise a large number of the overall number of, sorry, I correct myself. The number of motorcyclists who get involved in traffic accidents is high, and in fact, they constitute a disproportionately larger proportion of overall accidents in Singapore. I quote specifically, 54.7% of accidents in the first half of 2025 involve motorcyclists and pillion riders. So it is an area of concern for us, and we do want to keep our motorcyclists, our riders, safe. A whole series of measures are in place, and I think both MHA as well as our traffic police colleagues have been working very hard, be it from the aspect of public education going upstream, be it in terms of licensing, be it in terms of penalties downstream, be it in terms of putting in place reminders on the roads, reminder messages in terms of getting people to pay attention to the speed, for example, to ride safe and be considerate, for example, as well as enforcement measures on the streets. We have put in all the measures that we think are effective. But as I mentioned in my earlier response, some of these measures are effective, but there will still be accidents that will take place. So the two initiatives that we recently promoted in terms of the standards for the motorcyclist helmets, as well as the anti-lock braking systems, are the newest initiatives that we are putting out to do our part to make sure that we bring the accident numbers down. and we will continue to review whether there's new technologies available in the market for us to adopt, and I welcome the member if there's other suggestions. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Question 23.
The peak capacity of each active SG gym is set with a view to maximize access to the gym facilities while ensuring that each user has sufficient space and time to exercise, and that the prevailing fire safety requirements are complied with. This will be reviewed from time to time. Our active SG gyms are generally well utilized, with larger gyms seeing higher visitorship. Some examples of gyms that experience high visitorship relative to their size include Senja Cashew Active SG Gym and Clementi Active SG Gym. We plan that every residential town has at least one gym, which is situated in the town's Active SG Sports Center. In general, towns with larger populations have more sport facilities, including more or larger gyms. Existing Active SG gyms within our sports centers may be expanded when centers undergo renovation or comprehensive redevelopment. We'll continue to monitor demand when planning the supply of gym facilities.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you for the replies. I have two SQs. What are the considerations taken before the construction of an active SG gym is decided on? And the second one is, would the government consider establishing active SG gyms in other locations, such as shopping malls and community centers? Thank you.
SPS Go.
I thank the member for his questions. So first on the considerations before building an active SG gym. So for URA planning areas that have populations above 130,000, there will be a town sports center with a gym. So this is the planning parameter. And in terms of the second question on other locations that we might consider for such gym facilities, we'll continue to review different formats as part of our sports facilities master plan. For now, the planning parameter stays as what we will go by for our planning considerations. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Question 24.
Mr. Speaker, the SG60 Baby Gift is an initiative to commemorate Singapore's 60th year of independence. There are currently no plans to introduce such gifts on a permanent basis, as the purpose of these gifts is to mark special milestones in our nation's journey. However, we will continue to review how we can celebrate and support families. We have enhanced and introduced new measures in the marriage and parenthood package over the years to provide greater financial support for parents. For instance, parents have flexibility in using the baby bonus cash gift, which ranges from $11,000 for the first and second child to $13,000 for the third and subsequent children, to purchase baby essentials. We have also introduced the Large Family Scheme, under which parents with 3 or more children will receive $1,000 of Large Family Life SG credits each year for every third and subsequent Singapore citizen child, from the year that the child turns 1 to the year that the child turns 6. The government remains committed to promoting marriage and parenthood, and we will continue to review our policies to ensure that they remain relevant in supporting parents.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I had a SG58 baby, so I didn't have the privilege of getting an SG50 or SG60 gift pack, but I know of many mothers and parents who are delighted to have them. I have 2 SQ. So would the Ministry or government be open to exploring a pilot program in specific regions or demographics to assess the feasibility and impact of the baby gift on a smaller scale? My second SQ will be, was there any formal survey or feedback done on the impact of the baby gift for both the SG50 and SG60 cohorts? Thank you.
Minister Indrani.
So I thank the member for her supplementary question. On the first suggestion to do it, have a pilot within specific regions, have a baby gift on a smaller scale, just two things. Singapore is already quite small, and I'm fairly sure that if we were to give a baby gift to, let's say, the central region and not to the other regions will very quickly put up their hands. But I think that the more important point is this. The baby gift is meant to be a commemoration. It's meant to be something to mark a milestone. But actually, in terms of the essentials and what is needed, what most parents actually need is the cash. And hence, that is why we have the baby bonus cash gift, and also why we have the first step grant, which really puts cash into the hands of the parents, and then they can choose what they want. The other thing also, and we went through this when we were preparing the SG60 gift, different parents want different things. So when we were road testing it, some came back and said, can I change this gift for something else because I already have this? So you'll run into those issues, and therefore the general policy is we give the parents cash, they can buy what they want, but for special occasions, we have something to mark that special occasion. As to whether any a survey or study was done on the impact of the baby gift, not that I'm aware of, I may stand corrected, but not that I'm aware of, simply because the baby gift wasn't intended to be a policy measure to achieve a certain outcome. It was just intended to be a nice thing to commemorate a special occasion.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Question 25, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to answer questions 25 and 26 in today's order paper together, please?
Please go ahead.
Sir, as part of our planning process, developments which may cause significant environmental impact must undergo environmental studies, including baseline biodiversity assessments before they are allowed to proceed. This applies to any future developments in the Sungai Serangoon area. The bus depot will be constructed on a brownfield site comprising non-native vegetation and is not near any sensitive nature areas. As such, the potential impact on sensitive habitats was assessed to be limited, and an environmental study was not required. Now, to mitigate any localized environmental impact, LTA will put in place earth control and wildlife management measures during the construction.
Mr. Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for his answers. Sir, a number of my residents, especially those living in Kingsford Waterway condo, are asking whether the government can relocate the proposed bus depot site from the current position, which is in the middle of the forested area between Buangkok East Drive and Tampines Road, to shift to the area around the at or around the current heavy vehicle park along Tampines Road. I will give I will share some of the reasons for this consideration. Firstly, I note from the MOS answer that the area, his answer was that the bus depot site is away from residential area, if I heard him correctly. Actually, on at the point at the beginning of construction, it appears that the site is actually directly opposite Kingsford Waterway condo, as well as Cape View estate, HDB estate, and another condo next to Kingsford Waterway. So actually, if you are standing, if you are looking from the condo across the Sungai Serangoon, it's actually much nearer. And so some of the reasons given, feedback given by my residents include noise and dust disamenity. In fact, at this beginning, at this onset of the construction, and in fact, when the bus depot is eventually constructed, there will also be noise and dust disamenity, bearing in mind that bus depot operations typically ends late in the evening and starts early in the morning.
Mr. Tam, we are approaching the end of question
Yes,
time.
sir.
So do give MOS some time to reply.
Please do
sir.
indulge me because these are very important concerns. So I will hurry on. Next, the forested area in this eastern bank of the Sungai Serangoon is a nice forested area grown over the last 20 over years, notwithstanding the government regards it as a brownfield site. So as per my previous appeals and my previous PQs in 2023, this is the only remaining significant tract of green spaces on the eastern half of Singapore of such a size. Literally from Tampines Road to Pasir Ris Industrial Drive 1 and to Serangoon East Dam. By preserving it, we will allow continuing connectivity for migratory birds to fly between the Northern Islands and other parts of Singapore. It will also allow the flora, fauna, and even the wildlife that may dwell in these green spaces, including migratory birds, in their annual migration journeys between the Northern and Southern Hemisphere as they fly through Singapore.
Are you coming?
Finally,
we are actually at the end of question time.
Yes, sir. One last point. The redevelopment of Paya Lebar Air Base site into a huge HDB estate, I believe 800 hectares, 150,000 homes, just next to this area, will
you
have
should be
a
asking
significant environmental impact on the northeast area. Sorry, sir.
I've given you a lot of leeway.
Sorry,
we are actually
sir.
at the end of question time.
Sorry, sir.
So I would have to cut you off there and allow MOS Tan to give also a short reply because we are out of question time.
I'm sorry, sir.
MOS Tan.
So I'll give a shorter reply as possible, but I wanted to clarify that I did not say that to the member, that I did not say that it was not near residential sites. I in fact said there was not near any sensitive nature areas. So just a point of clarification. The other part was also that this site has been zoned for industrial use since 1998, and is intended to be developed into a new node in the area to provide for jobs closer to homes and for residents of the nearby towns such as Hougang, Sengkang, and future residents as well. So this was also briefed to the MPs prior and back in February 2018, so the MPs are aware of this. With regards to the potential disamenities as a result of the construction of the bus depot, LTA will work with the contractor to mitigate any of these, and I understand that there are already discussions about how to mitigate the disamenities arising from the construction.
Order, end of question time. Minister Indrani, I believe you have a clarification to make.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to make this clarification. At the 26 September 2025 sitting, Ms. Denise Phua asked supplementary questions on Singapore's recent drop in the International Institute for Management Development's World Talent Ranking. In my response, I had said that Singapore's ranking in terms of our total public expenditure on education as a percentage of gross domestic product had gone from 63rd in 2024 to 65th in 2025. It is actually the other way around. Our ranking had gone up from 65th in 2024 to 63rd in 2025. I'd also said that the perception-based indicators on whether our primary and secondary and university education meets the needs of a competitive economy had improved. I would like to clarify that our ranking for these indicators had fallen slightly, but nonetheless remained high. For primary and secondary education, Singapore's ranking had gone from 2nd in 2024 to 3rd in 2025. For university education, it had gone from 2nd in 2024 to 7th in 2025.
Order, ministerial statement, Acting Minister for Culture, Community and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, a notice of intention was issued on 3rd November 2025 to the owner and occupier of 38 Oxley Road, stating that the government intends to preserve the site under the Preservation of Monuments Act, or PMA for short. As outlined in the joint NHB and SLA media release on 3rd October 2025, the government intends to acquire the site of 38 Oxley Road under the Land Acquisition Act, if a preservation order is made. In my statement today, I will explain the government's fuller considerations for making this move and set out the next steps forward. Sir, history gives a nation its soul. Our history is an integral part of our identity as Singaporeans. Current and future generations of Singaporeans need to know where we came from, the challenges we have overcome together, and the sacrifices our forefathers have made to build Singapore. When we are grounded in our history and we share a strong identity, we will build our future purposefully as one people, one nation, one Singapore. Historic sites, buildings, and structures connect us to our past and to our heritage. They bear witness to historic events that shaped our nation and allow us to be in the same space as the people who played key roles in shaping our history. NHB is the government body charged with the role of preserving these historic sites and buildings under the PMA. It ensures that our national monuments remain in our urban fabric and are present in our collective memory as physical representations of key milestones in Singapore's historic development. We have gazetted historic buildings as national monuments like the former Parliament House and the former City Hall. We have also gazetted the Padang site as a national monument because it's hosted key historical events, including our first National Day Parade in 1966 and celebrations of the installation of Singapore's first Yang di-Pertuan Negara, Encik Yusof bin Ishak. As a young nation, we have 76 national monuments in Singapore. They collectively convey different aspects of the Singapore story and identity. Some represent our religious diversity, while others are important civic and cultural buildings. Most have their roots from the colonial period. Only a precious few, like the ones I shared earlier, embody Singapore's struggle for self-determination after the Second World War and our aspirations as a newly independent nation post-1965. We therefore need to carefully steward monuments that reflect this phase in our national history and protect this cultural inheritance for our future generations. They collectively connect Singaporeans with our Singapore story. In land-scarce Singapore, preservation is something we enter into only after a rigorous assessment process administered by NHB. NHB conducts thorough research on the history and significance of the identified site, including the events and people associated with the site, as well as their impact on the trajectory of Singapore's history. This research is then assessed by the Preservation of Sites and Monuments Advisory Board, or the PSMAB for short, and this is an independent board consisting experts in fields relevant to national monuments such as history and architecture. The PSMAB considers the merits of each case holistically and objectively, based on its historical significance, architectural and design merit, and authenticity. If the PSMAB finds the identified building or site to be worthy of preservation and NHB supports the assessment, NHB will submit its recommendation to Minister CCY for decision. If the Minister CCY agrees with the recommendation, a notice of intention will be issued to notify the owner and occupier of the site of the government's intention to preserve the building or site. And as stated under the law, the owner and occupier will be provided a reasonable period to submit any objections to the intended preservation. NHB will consider all objections received and make further recommendations on whether to proceed with this preservation. Thereafter, the government will make a final decision on whether to proceed with the preservation. Well, let me now address the site of 38 Oxley Road. The matter has received considerable attention over the years, and extensive discussions in this House. I will not recount the background in detail, but let me do a quick recap of the salient points. First, it was Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's preference for the house on 38 Oxley Road be demolished. It was also Madam Kwa's wish for the family's living spaces to remain private. Second, Mr. Lee understood that he had to abide by the processes and the systems that he had built, and that the government has a duty and a responsibility to consider the public interest and not just those of private individuals. And that was why, in 27 December 2011, he had written to Cabinet and he had stated that, and I quote, "If 38 Oxley Road is to be preserved, it needs to have its foundations reinforced and the whole building refurbished. It must then be let out for people to live in. An empty building will soon decline and decay," end quote. In March 2012, he had also applied to URA to renovate the house. This would have kept the structure of the original house and added other spaces to it. And third, there was no need to make any decision on 38 Oxley Road prior to this, as Dr. Lee Wei Ling was residing in the house. The government had made it very clear that we will not do anything to affect her right to live in the house. But after Dr. Lee Wei Ling passed away in October 2024, the Urban Redevelopment Authority received the demolition application for the building at 38 Oxley Road. Hence, NHB launched a formal assessment of the site in line with established processes under the Preservation of Monuments Act 2009 to determine if it's worthy of preservation. NHB and PSMAB have since completed the process to determine the site's eligibility and suitability for preservation under the PMA, and NHB has made its recommendation to me as Acting Minister CCY. For this case, public officers on PSMAB recused themselves during the assessment to ensure that the site was considered independently. The PSMAB have assessed 38 Oxley Road to have strong national significance worthy of preservation as a national monument. They note that the site bore witness to pivotal events in the 1950s that marked Singapore's transition from a colony to an independent nation. Impactful and consequential decisions were taken there. The site also served as the venue for conversations, activities, and decisions of our founding leaders, which profoundly influenced the trajectory of Singapore's independence movement and our subsequent national history. It was the gathering point for activists and trade unionists who came to seek help and legal consultations with Mr. Lee. It also hosted regular meetings, often in the basement dining room, where key individuals such as Dr. Goh Keng Swee, Dr. Toh Chin Chai, Mr. S. Rajaratnam, and Mr. K.M. Byrne discussed the feasibility of forming a political party to contest the Legislative Assembly elections. These meetings progressively grew to include other individuals involved in the anti-colonial struggle, such as Mr. Lim Chin Siong and Mr. Fong Swee Suan, who later split away to form the Barisan Socialists. Prominent Malayan leaders like Tunku Abdul Rahman and Tan Cheng Lock also visited the site for discussions. The site witnessed discussions where these key individuals formulated their vision, plans, and values for Singapore, leading to the formation of the People's Action Party and its landslide victory in the 1959 Legislative Assembly elections, resulting in Singapore's first fully independent government. This will make the site a unique and foundational part of the story of Singapore's independence. And hence, the PSMAB concluded that the site is of national importance with great historic merit. If preserved, the site would allow current and future generations of Singaporeans to reflect upon these significant events and the ideals and the values that have shaped Singapore. In my capacity as Acting Minister CCY, I have received the recommendations and I agree with them. It is the confluence of people, place, and events that gives a site its historical significance. We have very few such sites in Singapore where there's such a confluence. 38 Oxley Road is one of them. As a young nation, we need to retain this unique site, for it bears witness to the birth of independent Singapore and to key moments in our history. Preserving and acquiring the site means it cannot be redeveloped for residential, commercial, or other private uses. Preserving the site means we will be able to avoid a situation where private parties attempt to purchase 38 Oxley Road in future just to have an address that is associated with Mr. Lee's residence. I'm sure all of us in this House and the vast majority of Singaporeans will want to make sure that that situation does not happen. I would also like to clarify that the government's considerations were for the entire site and not for the buildings or structures within it. If the site is to be eventually preserved and acquired, the government's thinking is for it to be developed into a public space, such as a heritage park, so that Singaporeans can have access to it and it can be a part of our shared memories. Preserving the site does not obligate the government to keep the buildings and structures within the site in their current condition. In fact, the relevant authorities have not had the chance to enter the site to assess the conditions of the buildings and the structures. And that is a key reason why we are opting to preserve the site rather than just specific buildings or structures. And if access to the site is obtained, the government will undertake a detailed study of the buildings and the structures within the site. We will take into account factors like the existing condition and weigh the potential benefit of retaining them against the costs. The government will consider all options, including those proposed by the Ministerial Committee on 38 Oxley Road in 2018, which include partial or full demolitions of the buildings and structures. Regardless of the option taken, the government will respect Mr. Lee and Madam Kwa's wishes to protect the family's privacy by removing all traces of their private living spaces from the interior of the house. Under no circumstance will the interior of the house, as Mr. Lee and Madam Kwa knew, be displayed or recorded or remodeled or duplicated elsewhere. In fact, many other countries around the world have preserved and converted sites associated with their nation's independence as spaces for public education and appreciation. For example, there is the Gandhi Ashram in India. This marks the site where Mahatma Gandhi lived from 1917 to 1930 and was the center of Gandhi's non-violent resistance movement against British colonial rule of India. There's also the Independence National Historical Park in the United States, which includes buildings that witness the country's key historic milestones, like the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution. In many such instances, they have made changes to the sites, including modifying or adapting the original buildings with new interpretive structures to better enable the public to experience the site as a park or a heritage space. And that's why we're keeping an open mind as to the treatment of the buildings and the structures within the site. We will keep all options open and strive for a solution that will unite us as a country, rather than allow this to become a point of contention or division in our society. If 38 Oxley Road is indeed preserved and acquired, the government fully intends to conclude its plans on the exact use and configuration of the site, including the treatment of the buildings and the structures on the site, well within this term of government. In the interim, there will be no public access to 38 Oxley Road. Mr. Speaker, let me now explain the next steps. Following the service of the Notice of Intention, due process under the PMA will be accorded to the owner and any occupier. In line with existing practice, a notice period of 14 calendar days will be provided for them to submit objections to the NHB. NHB will then submit any objections received and their recommendations to me in the capacity of Acting Minister CCY to decide whether to proceed with the preservation of the site. All objections submitted and recommendations made will be considered objectively and fairly as part of due process. If, having heard and considered the objections, the decision is to proceed with the preservation, a preservation order will be made. The government will then commence the process for the acquisition of the site as part of the plans to eventually make it accessible to the general public. Such acquisition will be done in accordance with established processes, and compensation will be made in accordance with the Land Acquisition Act. The owner, any occupiers, and any other persons interested will be given the opportunity to submit their claims to the Singapore Land Authority, or SLA, to determine the compensation. A professional private valuer will also be appointed to assist SLA in determining the market value of the land, taking into consideration any claims submitted. If the owner or any person interested is not satisfied with the compensation awarded, a notice of appeal can be filed with the Land Acquisition Appeals Board. If preserved, the acquisition will allow the government to take all necessary steps to safeguard the site and preserve it in keeping with its historic significance and national importance. Mr. Speaker, allow me to continue in Mandarin. 国家认同感是个国家的基石。身为一个年轻的国家，我们的根更要扎实，而国家历史就是我们的根。政府保护的并非是任何一座建筑，政府保护的是见证我们独立之路重要篇章的一个地点。我们纪念的并非只是一位领袖。 我们纪念的是建国一代争取独立自主的奋斗历程，这是其他地方或纪念馆无法取代的。政府计划保留这个历史遗产，但不表示建筑将保持原貌。如果保留这个地点，我们承诺移除建国总理李光耀先生和他家人私人空间的所有痕迹。 我们将研究如何妥善处理建筑及结构，让这个地点可以成为国民教育场所，让年轻一代有机会走出课堂，到现场亲身体会历史，更深刻地理解成为新加坡人的意义。昨天，《联合早报》评论这一点，政府的做法是从符合国家利益的角度决策。 超越政治、家族和个人层面，保留这个遗址，可以确保我们的建国历史能够代代相传。Mr. Speaker, I will now conclude in English. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government has arrived at this approach for 38 Oxley Road because this is the most responsible approach. In its 2018 report, the Ministerial Committee on 38 Oxley stated that a future government will have to make an informed and considered decision on the matter when it becomes necessary. This is the future government, and the time is now. We will take the deliberate steps to decide, and we will do so in the best interests of Singapore and Singaporeans now and for the future. Mr. Speaker, sir, I began this speech explaining the importance of preserving our collective memory because this is what makes us one people. Our history and journey from immigrants with no rights to an independent country of Singapore citizens is fought for by key people and through key events that shaped our destiny. The physical spaces that bore witness to these events are our only links to these pivotal moments in our history. There will come a time when no one who has lived through Singapore's struggle for independence will be around to recount these stories firsthand. But the sites and markers that we choose to keep today will continue to speak for them. They will remind us of our hard-fought path to become a multiracial, multi-religious, and sovereign nation. In preserving the site, we are not memorializing any single leader. We are safeguarding the grounds where future generations can stand, to understand where we came from, who we are, and what we overcame together. We do this so that our children, our grandchildren, and their children after them will know the story of Singapore, not as something distant or abstract, but as something lived, earned, and entrusted to them. Then our Singapore spirit will endure, and it will grow stronger with every generation. Thank you.
I see many members raising their hands, but before I call honourable members for clarifications, I wish to point out that pursuant to Standing Order 23, members may seek clarifications on the ministerial statement, but no debate shall be allowed thereon. In other words, no long mini speeches as well. Members can seek clarifications by way of asking questions. So I seek members' understanding to keep your clarifications clear and concise so that the minister can answer as many clarifications as possible. I would also like to ask Minister Neo to also keep his answers clear and concise. Mr. Alex Yam.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 clarifications for the Minister. We had an intense debate on this in this same House in 2017. Given the same sensitivities surrounding 38 Oxley, will the government consider structured public engagement or consultation when developing the interpretive plans to ensure that the eventual design fosters unity and avoids reopening old political disputes? Secondly, Minister also mentioned that the government intends to come to a decision within this term of government. For the sake of public clarity, could the Minister outline the key project milestones that Singaporeans can expect from now until the final configuration, if the site is decided to be preserved? Lastly, sir, Minister has also taken pains to explain that the preservation decision concerns national memory and not personalities. Could the Minister elaborate how the government will communicate this to the public so as to avoid misconception that this is an attempt to memorialize any individual rather than our shared independence journey?
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his 3 clarifications. Well, first is regarding structured public engagements. Well, if the site is preserved and acquired, the agencies will look to identify possible stakeholder groups and conduct engagements to help shape the future of the site and to ensure that the potential of the site for public education is maximized. This is something we do with all our national monuments. But some of the possible stakeholder groups include heritage enthusiasts and educators, to ensure that the site can enhance their efforts to enhance public education of our history. Other groups that could potentially be engaged would also include people who would represent target demographic groups, for example, the youths or our seniors, to ensure that the stories and the memories are also captured within the use of the site. And most importantly, like I mentioned in my ministerial statement, we want to ensure some of these stories are able to be handed down to the next generation and the generation after that. And given the technical expertise of the PSMAB in these fields, including history, architecture, and conservation, the advisory board will also be consulted to ensure that the treatment of the buildings and the structures on the site befits the historical importance and the national significance of this site. Now, to the members' second clarification about key project milestones. So I'd earlier outlined to members some of these key milestones from the issuance of the NOI to the intended acquisition of the site if a preservation order is made. Now, if the site is acquired and access to the site is obtained, our agencies will proceed to assess the condition of the site and that of the buildings and the structures. And then this will inform our study on the potential options for future users of the site, which will also include a holistic assessment on the impact of the surrounding neighborhood, including possible options for public access, parking, traffic impact. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll also conduct engagements with stakeholders and residents and taking their feedback on the eventual use and the design of the site. But these are all prudent and necessary steps that any agencies take in evaluating any potential developments. But however, at this point in time, because a preservation order has not been made, it will be premature for us to provide any firm timelines on the site. Now, for the member's third clarification regarding how we will communicate this, especially to the younger Singaporeans, that this is something that intends to commemorate our shared independence journey. As I mentioned earlier in my ministerial statement, the reason why the PSNAB has recommended the site for preservation is because of its close association with our struggle for self-government in the 50s. And this is a very rare location where it is place, people, and events that confluence, okay? And it's also something that's associated with most, if not all, of the key participants in this anti-colonial struggle. And if the site is preserved and it's acquired, we will convert it into a public space, possibly a heritage park, through which we will educate the current and future generations on this very significant part of Singapore's journey. The focus of this education, therefore, is on the pivotal historical events that happened there, one that brought us from colonial to self-rule to independence, rather than the lives of those people who lived there. Thank you.
Mr. Liang Eng Hua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, there are Singaporeans who felt strongly that the founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's original wish to have the house demolished to be respected, should be respected. And it's not just because this is his personal wish, but also the values that he espoused, which is not to have personal monuments. So my first question to the Minister is whether the government has taken this aspect into consideration in coming to the decision. Secondly, relates to the Founders' Memorial, which is now being built. Can I ask the Minister, would the Founders' Memorial be able to encapsulate the historical and national significance of our founding values and ideals without having to preserve 38 Oxley Road? And thirdly, in the light of the NHG's recommendation and the MCCY decision, can I ask the Minister if he can update if there has been any change in the government's policy position with regards to preserving and creating national monuments? Thank you.
Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his questions. On the first one about Mr. Lee's wish, okay, I would like to reiterate to this House that at this moment in time and at this stage, no decision has been made yet. The issuance of a notice of intention is a process under the Preservation of Monuments Act, allowing for the owner or occupier of a proposed national monument to submit any objections of the intention to gazette the proposed national monument before a decision has been made. So, as I stated in my ministerial statement, Mr. Lee clearly wanted to protect the privacy of his family. Madam Kwa has also felt strongly about this. And Mr. Lee was also quite adamant in his life that he did not want to be idolized or memorialized. And therefore, I believe that the approach as outlined in my ministerial statement is the best way forward, given these circumstances. Because given the site's historic significance and national importance, the government has a duty to consider this not just from the lens of a private individual, but also from a good public policy lens, what is good for current and future Singaporeans. And it's our duty to allow future Singaporeans to have the opportunity to visit the site. and to appreciate the gravity of discussions that took place at the site, discussions that brought us to our independence. And in committing to removing all traces of Mr. Lee's and his family's private living spaces, we respect Mr. Lee's wish for privacy, and we are also clear that it's our intention that we are not preserving the site and using it to showcase the personal effects of Mr. Lee or his family. Okay? And we are focusing on the nationally significant events that took place at the site and not memorializing his life. And in keeping an open mind regarding the buildings and the structures, we would then be able to best consider how best to strike the balance between preserving the historical significance of the site and maximizing its public value to Singaporeans and respecting Mr. Lee's wishes. Mr. Speaker, on the member's second clarification regarding the Founders Memorial, historic sites are preserved because they provide us with an authentic connection to the important events and the people of the past. And what is unique is that it gives us an opportunity to stand on the same grounds and be in the very same space where pivotal events in national history took place. And we are walking in the same footsteps of those who came before us. And therefore, it provides us with a certain frame of reference, a certain sense of place to appreciate how we have come. And that's also the reason why we have preserved several sites in Singapore, such as City Hall, Padang, and more recently, the former KK Hospital, as they help us and the future generations recollect and connect with this critical history that we share as a nation. Now, this sense of place, this being in the same space as those who came before us, is not something that can be captured, okay, by replication at another site. And Founders Memorial is a site, okay, that is reconstructed. Okay. It does not share that same sense of place, okay, that same place that housed all the critical events. And the Founders Memorial is a place that is meant to allow our generation, our future generations, to learn from the shared values that our founding generation had, which is quite different, okay, from the site of 38 Oxley Road. And if preserved, this site will then help to augment the Founders Memorial by providing a site that gives our visitors a first-hand appreciation of the things that took place at the very same site and provides that historical context and the background to some of these ideals that the Founders Memorial is commemorating. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the third clarification by the member about the government's policy position on national monuments, there's no change in the government's policy. The NHB and the government has always sought to identify sites of national significance to be assessed as potential national monuments, particularly if they attest to key parts, pivotal parts of our national history that has been underrepresented by existing national monuments. And as a young nation in our 60th year, it is not unexpected that most of our national monuments originate from before our independence. But this also means that those, like I mentioned in my ministerial statement, sites that attest to our founding, independence, and our nation building, those, there are only very precious few, which is why it's so important for us to look at this site with all the full considerations of handing it down to future generations and what is good for Singapore and Singaporeans, both current and future. And as important events in our national history, it's important that we continue to look for these sites and to preserve them if they are assessed to be worthy in a way that can allow it to better contribute back to society and to enhance the public's appreciation of some of these very pivotal events.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two clarifications for the Minister. First, given that the government already intends to issue a preservation order to gazette 38 Oxley Road as a national monument, why is there still a need for the government to acquire the site? Second clarification, can I seek confirmation from the Minister, point blank, that the paramount reason for the preservation order is not because the site is the family home of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, but because it is a historical site where political meetings, activities, decisions which led to the establishment of independent Singapore, that was where it took place. In other words, it is not about the private life of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, but about the fight for independence of our people. Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his two clarifications. First, on why is there a need for government to acquire? Well, the government has assessed that if the site is preserved, the public interest is best served by acquiring the site to safeguard it and to maintain it in keeping with its historical significance and national importance. For example, the government has the resources and the expertise at its disposal to ensure that the site is properly maintained and it is maintained in a manner that will be able to benefit Singaporeans. And this is the most responsible course of action to ensure that our future generations of Singaporeans can appreciate the significance of the site and it can be a part of a collective memory and help to build our shared identity. I think on the second question, about the point-blank question, well, I want to restate, as I had stated in my ministerial statement, that the site has been objectively and independently assessed by the PSM Advisory Board. And I would also like to quote the statement of assessment by the PSM Advisory Board that, I quote, "The site was more than just the home of Singapore's founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, who lived and worked there from 1950 until his death in 2015. It bore witness to pivotal events in the 1950s that marked Singapore's transition from a colony to an independent nation. The modest buildings contrast with the impactful and consequential decisions taken there." End quote. So it is very clear that the historical significance of this site is not solely about Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. The individuals that participated in these meetings and the discussions at the site, they came from across the political spectrum. There were journalists, there were students, there were trade unionists. So the reason for the preservation of the site is because it bore witness to pivotal events that brought Singapore from colonial to self-rule to our independence as a sovereign nation.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, I have two questions for Minister. First, this matter has been very long running. I'm glad that the government is making efforts to bring this chapter to a close. Minister said that the government intends to conclude its plan for the site, quote, well within this term of government. Can Minister provide more clarity on the timeline moving forward in terms of the possible acquisition, further study needed to be done, and third, the government's final decision? So that's my first question. My second question, I understand that one of the possible outcomes for 38 Oxley Road is to turn it into a heritage park. While we understand that further study and planning has yet to be conducted, would the Minister be able to share the following? And I've got the following points. First, how this may look like. Second, my next question is, the second point is if residents in the immediate vicinity be one of the parties who will be consulted, but I think just now Minister did mention that they will be consulted, so I thank Minister for that. My third point, Oxley is a very narrow road and there is lots of illegal parking in the surrounding condominiums too. So I'd like to know if there will be any potential I would like to know if any potential impact to the traffic parking and congestion of the surrounding areas be seriously studied and considered as well. Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
Sir, I thank the member for her clarifications. As stated in my ministerial statement, we have currently only issued a notice of intention to preserve the site, which was done on 3rd November. And under the law, the owner and the occupier of the site has to be given a reasonable period to raise any objections. And then thereafter, the government has to carefully consider any such objections before deciding whether to make a preservation order on the site. And this is the established process for all national monuments, and we are adhering to this same process for the site as well. And therefore, for this reason, as I also mentioned to member Mr. Alex Yam, no decision has been made yet on whether or not the site will be preserved. And therefore, it is very premature for the government to commit to any timelines in terms of the future milestones and timelines. And this is also the point that I made in my ministerial statement where my colleagues and the relevant technical experts have not had access to the site for quite a while. And we need to gain access to look at the condition of the sites, the building and the structures of the site, and weigh the cost and benefit before we can make a decision and before we can commit to a key timeline. But the point I made remains that this government intends to make a deliberate decision on the exact configuration well within this term of government. Thank the member also for her second question. Well, if the site is preserved and acquired, like I said earlier in the first clarification, our agencies will conduct a holistic feasibility study on the potential options and the future use. That's not just for the use of the site within itself, but it also includes other agencies such as the Land Transport Authority to look into things such as the traffic impact, parking impact, public access, right? And so that this is more holistic, and then we can look at doing it in a way that befits its importance and significance, and in a way that allows the public to be able to appreciate the site and at the same time not create these amenities. And we will also engage residents, and we will consider their feedback as part of this process. And we will also be very happy to work with the member in terms of how to, if acquired, if preserved, to be able to develop this site in a way that is in harmony with its surroundings. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
So before I begin, I declare that the Workers' Party has received financial contributions from certain members of the Lee family that are associated with the Oxley property, although that these were declared under all relevant regulations. Nevertheless, we have received neither requests nor guidance to speak on this matter, and the statements and questions that follow are entirely our own. Let me start with a very brief preamble. I understand the fundamental policy tension that rests, which is that the advisory board must confront. The site has clear, significant historical meaning for our nation, and in this sense, it is as much private property as it is one that metaphorically belongs to all of us. And also, the government has previously intervened to gazette private property as national monuments in the past, so in this regard, the decision is not unprecedented. However, the personal desire of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, the original owner, to demolish the site is well known, as well as the application by the site's current owner, Mr. Lee Hsien Yang, to proceed with the demolition. I note that the government has yet to decide on whether, gazette notwithstanding, the site's buildings and structures will be preserved in the present form. And I also note the preservation will take at least a minimal step of removing all private living spaces in accordance with Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's wishes. Now, my clarifications may be bucketed into two main themes. First, how the National Heritage Board weighs the tension between public benefits and private preferences in their deliberations, and second, the options NHB is considering going forward. On the first question, will the minister share if there's a system that the advisory board follows in evaluating public interests versus private ones prior to invoking eminent domain to gazette a site? How are significant elements such as the property's architectural value or social cultural significance weighed against development considerations such as potential future land use and development restrictions implied by the Gazette? How much weight would the preferences of the owner for how the property should be treated given since there's historically never been any previous objections to an intended Gazette? On the second, will the government consider a future course of action for the site that heavily favors privacy while preserving the decision to Gazette? In particular, will it not consider demolishing the building, not demolishing the buildings, but nevertheless closing the site to visitors unless explicit permission of the current owner has been granted? Alternatively, will the government consider dismantling the site's main structures and reconstructing these at the Founders Memorial? These approaches strike me as more respectful of both the public interest benefit of preserving elements of the site for posterity, while also accommodating the private property rights of the owner to do with a property as he or she wishes.
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his two clarifications. I think on the first point, I just want to make a point that the PSMAB is an independent board made up of experts from different fields that are relevant to this subject matter, and their job is to assess the merits of each case independently, so there's no policy tension on their part. They do not consider other things like individuals' wishes. They are just scoring it based on technical merit. So the established process for which all national monuments are assessed includes both qualitative and quantitative assessment of the identified site's national significance, historical merit, and architectural design merit. And these criteria are all based on the international best practices for heritage assessments. The PSMAB will first consider if the identified site is nationally significant, such as whether it's directly linked to key events or people who have had a significant impact on our history. If it's assessed to have national significance, the PSMAB will then deliberate the site's historic and design merit from a technical perspective. For example, sites that have been assessed to be deeply relevant to these historic events or individuals would be considered to have strong historic merit. And then sites that have been assessed to be of national significance and of exceptional historic and or architectural design merit would then be considered worthy of preservation. And for the members' suggestion about the different configurations that can take place as part of subsequent development, I want to reiterate, first of all, that it's still premature for us to state because at this moment in time, the government has not made an decision as to whether it will be preserved, and if preserved, it will be acquired. I think the second point is that, as I mentioned in my ministerial statement, our colleagues and our technical experts have not had the chance to visit the site. They need to go in, they need to assess all the different buildings and structures of the site, weigh the costs and benefits before coming to a recommendation. And the third point would, as I stated in my ministerial statement, at this moment in time, all options are open when it comes to the final configuration. So some of those options that the member suggested could well be possible, but at this point in time, it is premature to comment. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuen.
Mr. Speaker, my clarification will be in Mandarin. 首先，我要非常感谢戴部长非常的清楚讲解38奥斯里路的事件以未来可能持续的发展，但我这里有3个问题，关于38奥斯里路故居的保存以及处置事宜，想请问部长。鉴于该建筑具有历史文化与国家象征意义，政府在评估其保存价值时，采用了哪些客观的标准以及专家的意见？2，若未来决定进行任何形式的改建、重建或者保留，政府将如何确保决策过程的 公开透明，并平衡公众的利益。3、政府是否考虑设立一个独立小组，聚集历史学者、建筑工程师、政府单位以及公众的代表，就38奥斯里路的未来用途提出建议，以促进社会的共识？谢谢。
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his 3 clarification questions. I think on the first question about, and please allow me to respond in English. When it comes to the objective standards and independent assessments, I think I had sort of covered those in my response to the honourable member, Mr. James Lim, or Professor James Lim, and I think I will not repeat those answers here. I think on the second question about how do we ensure that this decision process is in the public interest and that it's done in an open, transparent way and accountable. Well, if the site is preserved as a national monument, our agencies will engage with all the relevant stakeholders, such as heritage enthusiasts, educators, conservation experts, as well as some of the target demographic groups like youths, seniors, to explore possible options for the future use of the site. And therefore, this whole process will be something that's open, transparent. It also ensures that it will be accountable. And then given their technical expertise in fields including history, architecture, conservation, the PSM-AB will also be consulted to make sure that the treatment of the buildings and the structures of the site befits the assessed historical significance and national importance. And I think on the and then I think on the third point about forming an independent committee, I think I sort of covered that in the second clarification. And this is also similar to the clarifications I've given to member Mr. Alex Yam, as well as member Joan Pereira, that we will be involving members, relevant technical experts, as well as important stakeholders and some members of the public in consultations to look at the future use of the site. Thank you.
Ms. Gozuki.
Mr. Speaker, I have 2 clarifications. I understand that the government has to act because a demolition application has been submitted. Now that we are at this point where the government has announced the intention to gazette 38 Oxley Road as a national monument, our focus should be on future plans. On a practical note, may I ask the Minister if the LHA zoning of the area will remain unchanged, or will there be a review of zoning rules in the neighborhood? My second question to the Acting Minister, is it truly necessary to arrive at a decision on what to do with this site in this term of government? I ask this because of my disquiet at some of the options listed in the 2018 Ministerial Committee report, which included options to demolish everything except the basement dining room. We must remember that what is demolished cannot be undemolished. I note that the Ministerial Committee report also noted that there may be a loss of historical context under this option. Would it not be better to leave these decisions on future developments of the site to future generations? Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her 2 clarifications. I think on the clarification about area zoning, as I mentioned in my ministerial statement, while the government intends to preserve the site, there's still a due process that the government has to follow as required of us under the Act. And any decision on the preservation will only be made after considering any objections received during this notice period. And until a decision on this preservation has been made, it will be quite premature for the government to review the planning and development controls for the neighborhood. I think on the member's second question on whether it's necessary, well, the 2018 Ministerial Committee has always said that it's prepared the drawer plans and the options for future government to decide on what to do, okay, with the site when the time comes. Well, I agree with the member that we should make an informed and considered decision, because what is demolished, what option is taken away, can never be brought back. But at the same time, I think this government has a duty to make a deliberate decision to decide, because, as I said in my statement, okay, the time has come, this is the relevant time, and we do fully intend to make a decision well within this term of government and make a final decision that will be for the benefit of Singapore and Singaporeans now and for the future. And it will be an informed and considered decision. Thank you.
Ms. Lee Huing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In Mandarin, please. 李光耀先生是我们的建国总理，在新加坡的建国之路上也扮演了重要的角色。很多居民跟我谈起时，也会把李光耀先生形容为我们的国父。我想问部长2个问题：一，奥斯里38号的文化历史意义将如何融入教育和推广活动中，来确保它的代表性能够传递给我们的年轻一代和下一代？第二，政府是否会积极采取措施来持续提醒公众这个地方对新加坡的文化和历史意义的重要性？谢谢。
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her 2 clarifications, and please allow me to respond in English. Well, on her first clarification about the significant role of this site, well, if the site is preserved and acquired, we will leverage on it to educate the current and future generations on this significant part of Singapore's history. And this is the main reason why the government intends to make the site publicly accessible, to be a place for all Singaporeans, to allow our future generations to visit and to foster their own connection to the site. There is nothing quite like being in the same place as our forefathers have, those who had played a key role, okay, in our struggle for self-determination. And in doing so, the NHB will engage potential users of the site, as I mentioned to other members before, such as educators and heritage groups, on the different ways in which we can help shape the most appropriate future use of the site for public education purposes. And if the site is preserved as a national monument, the site and its historic significance could also be profiled and featured as part of our NHB's efforts to celebrate our national monuments. And in terms of different ways and different programs to remind Singaporeans of the significance of the site, I think these are things that either NHB or MOE can subsequently think about and look at, but it is our intention to fully allow Singaporeans to really come and appreciate what the events, those pivotal events that took place at the site, so that we can enhance our understanding of what it means to be Singaporean and build on our collective and shared identity so that we can become stronger as a nation. Thank you.
Mr. Jarogiam.
Mr. Speaker, I just have one clarification for the Acting Minister. Will an independent valuation of the site of 38 Oxley Road be done before acquisition? And will the government commit to releasing the full valuation report and provide transparency on the acquisition costs to the public purse?
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the clarification. As I stated in my ministerial statement, the acquisition will be done in accordance with established processes, and any compensation will be made in accordance with the Land Acquisition Act. And as part of this, the owner, occupiers, any other persons interested will be given the opportunity to submit their claims to SLA to determine the compensation amount, and then a professional private valuer would also be appointed to assist the SLA in determining the market value of the land and taking into considerations any claims submitted. And if any owner or person is not satisfied with the compensation awarded, notice of appeal can be filed together with the Land Acquisition Appeals Board. And all these will be taken as part of the due process that is stated under the Land Acquisition Act. Thank you.
Mr. Ang Wei Nong.
Thank you, Speaker. It is wise to gazette 38 Oxley Road as a national monument because if left to free market forces, 38 Oxley Road could be redeveloped into a condominium or a commercial building that would tout it as a prestigious address, as a former address of a residence of a founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. And they can profit from this prestigious address. I would support the recommendation to remove all traces of Mr. Lee and his family's private living space from the building at 38 Oxley Road to respect his wishes. I would like to clarify with the Acting Minister, what does it mean by removing all traces from the building, and does the underground dining room consider part of Mr. Lee's private space? Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his clarification. While the site has witnessed discussions and meetings that proved to be foundational in the course of Singapore's history, we also recognize that the site was the private residence of Mr. Lee and his family. To his question about the private dining room, there are spaces within the buildings that have been widely documented in different forms of media in the past, and all these were done prior to Mr. Lee's passing, basement dining room being one of them. That we would consider, less private. But there would be other spaces, such as bedrooms, which do not have any association with the historically significant events that took place at the site. And to respect Mr. Lee's wishes, such personal spaces would then be reconfigured or removed. And it will range from removing furnishings, fixtures, or any objects still left, to potentially also tearing down such spaces while taking into consideration issues like structural integrity and the safety of the buildings. And the exact nature of the removal will only be determined subsequently when we are able to access the site. The relevant officers have had a chance to go through, as well as the eventual treatment of the buildings and the structures within the site. But I would like to reassure the member and all members in this House that the measures that we are putting in place are not exceptional measures. All historic sites generally will involve some modifications to some extent to allow for adaptive reuse. And this also ensures that the sites remains something that is beneficial and useful to current and future generations of Singaporeans. Well, some examples, the former Supreme Court, currently the National Gallery of Singapore, and the Sun Yat-sen Nanyang Memorial Hall, they have all had their interiors somewhat significantly altered, although the exteriors have been preserved. Thank you.
Ms. Eileen Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one clarification for the Minister. Minister is correct that there will come a day in the future when no living Singaporean remembers the period of independence. And could he share what additional heritage value or visitor experience, beyond the sense of space, will a demolished and subsequently landscaped heritage park at 38 Oxley Road provide that will not be more effectively delivered through the experience at the $335 million Founders Memorial, which is purpose-built to honour Singapore's founding values and nation-building journey, including our early nation-building years of 1950s to 70s, and telling the story of how our founding fathers and the founding generation overcame the odds to build an independent Singapore, establishing it on values and ideals such as multiculturalism, openness, and integrity. Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. I think the answer I given earlier to another member, which is that there is something different about being in the same place where these events took place. Like I mentioned in my ministerial statement, we have very, very precious few sites where there is a confluence of people, events, and place. The Founders Memorial is recreated on reclaimed land. It is not the same space where the events took place. It is not the same space where the people came together. It is not the same space where the struggles took place. There will not be that same sense of authenticity, and which is why, like I explained earlier in my clarification, this site is unique, behooves us to preserve it, okay? And if the preservation were to go through, and this site will augment the Founders Memorial to give Singaporeans a fuller understanding of what it means to be Singaporean, our sense of national identity, and how we can forge forward as one people. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
First, I'd like to thank the Acting Minister for a heartfelt response to this very difficult topic. My clarification revolves around how we debated this extensively in 2017 over 2 days. It was a very difficult debate, emotional. Mr. Lee had only passed, I think, 2 years prior to that. Our then Prime Minister responded, and then DPM Teo Chee Hean at the time gave what I thought was an excellent conclusion that a future government, in the fullness of time, on the passage of time, will have to make that decision. And here we are today, and the Minister is now speaking on behalf of that government, albeit at an initial stage. So here I speak and seek clarification that as we move forward, that we realize there are many different interpretations of Mr. Lee's wishes and preferences. And when eventually the government, the good government of the day, makes its decision, I humbly request be sensitive, be tactful in the explanations as to why we are doing, or why it is doing what it is doing. I listened to Ms. Chong's question, and I also listened to Mr. Liang's question, and I think they're both very good questions. We have a parallel Founders Memorial, which actually is supposed to give the history, the ethos, the value system of our founding fathers. And I understand that the authenticity of the location of Oxley Road differentiates itself from the founding memorial. But I would ask also for a deeper explanation as the time comes as to why the government eventually makes this decision. And here I say this with the House's interests at heart, with Singapore's interests at heart, and Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's interests at heart, and overall the government's. I do apologize for going on a little bit more, but for those of us who are not in the House, I can say that it was certainly one of the most difficult speeches I gave. And we have now come to that situation where we have to make a decision in a future government. I hope it is done sensitively and tactfully and with Singaporeans' best interests at heart. Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his points. And indeed, it is the government's intention to make sure that if the site is preserved and if it's eventually acquired, that we will make a decision that is sensitive, one that is tactful, and one that will benefit not just the current but future generations of Singaporeans, and one that is keeping and befitting of the site's historic importance and national significance. So it's my assurance to the member that all these things will be taken on board, and the government will make an informed and responsible decision for the best of Singapore. Thank you.
Okay, one final clarification, Mr. Giam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I think the acting minister hasn't fully answered my earlier clarification question. I understand that due process will be followed for the acquisition. I'm not sure if that process requires the cost of the land acquisition of 38 Oxley Road to be publicly released, but even if not, will the government commit to still disclose that cost given the public interest in this matter?
Acting Minister Neo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the member for the subsequent clarification. Unfortunately, I'm not the Minister for National Development. I'm not totally au fait with what is required under the Land Acquisitions Act, but my commitment to the member is that due process will be given and it will follow the requirements under the Land Acquisitions Act, and an independent valuation will be done. If the Act requires a disclosure, the disclosure will be done as well. Thank you.
Order. End of ministerial statement. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Finance Income Taxes Bill, second reading.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Second Minister for Finance, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, we are operating in a much more challenging global economic landscape. Geopolitical rivalries have intensified, economic competition has sharpened, many countries are home-shoring key industries and companies, and the competition for investment is fiercer than ever before. At the same time, global tax and tariff rules continue to evolve, creating uncertainty and complicating companies' decisions on when and where to invest. For Singapore to continue to be a choice location for businesses to expand and invest, we must keep our tax system up to date, responsive to industry needs, and aligned with global tax developments. The bill today serves two purposes. First, the amendments to the Multinational Enterprise Minimum Tax Act incorporate updates to the Pillar 2 rules under the International Base Erosion and Profit Shifting 2.0 initiative. Second, the bill also brings into legal effect several tax measures already announced in this year's budget statement, as well as other changes to our tax system following close consultations with the industry. I will now briefly outline the amendments to the Multinational Enterprise Minimum Tax Act. Last year, Parliament approved the enactment of the Act to implement the domestic top-up tax and the multinational enterprise top-up tax under the Pillar 2 rules. The rules require large multinational enterprises to pay a minimum effective tax rate of 15% wherever they operate. Our implementation of the Pillar 2 rules is aligned with the global implementation of these rules. Major economies such as the EU, the UK, and Japan have already implemented them. Both top-up taxes apply to businesses' financial years commencing on or after 1st January 2025. Since the enactment of the Act, the OECD Inclusive Framework has published new technical clarifications on the Pillar 2 rules. Clauses 56 to 70 of the bill will incorporate these and other technical clarifications into our legislation so that our regime remains up to date and consistent and is recognized by other jurisdictions. This will provide certainty to businesses, ease their compliance burdens, and most importantly, relieve them from having to pay Pillar 2 taxes elsewhere in respect of their Singapore operations. Meanwhile, we are closely monitoring international developments. Negotiations on the parameters of Pillar 2 have reopened following the June 2025 G7 statement on the development of a side-by-side system that will exempt US-parented multinational enterprises from specific Pillar 2 rules. At this point, discussions at the OECD Inclusive Framework are ongoing. It is unclear what the final outcome will be and how other jurisdictions and affected businesses will respond. For the moment, our considerations for the implementation of the domestic top-up tax and the multinational enterprise top-up tax remain valid. We are therefore proceeding with the implementation of Pillar 2 taxes so that we do not cede tax revenues to other Pillar 2 implementing jurisdictions. And at the same time, we provide tax certainty for multinational enterprises to plan their investments. We will continue to monitor global developments and, if necessary, review this approach. Sir, I will now highlight key amendments to the Income Tax Act which cover changes to our corporate income tax and personal income tax regimes. The corporate income tax amendments ensure that our tax system remains responsive to business needs and practices. Clause 19 provides for a 100% tax deduction for expenses incurred by businesses on green certificates or credits. This is in response to feedback from businesses for more support in their sustainability journeys. Currently, such tax deductions are only available when certificates or credits are surrendered or retired to meet statutory requirements. But with this amendment, tax deductions will now also apply if these certificates or credits are used to meet sustainability commitments. Clauses 27, 34, and 42 introduce tax incentives recommended by the Equities Market Review Group set out at budget this year. These incentives aim to encourage new listings in Singapore's equities market and increase investment demand for Singapore-listed equities. First, companies that complete a primary or secondary listing with shares offered in conjunction with the listing will enjoy a 20% or 10% listing corporate income tax rebate, respectively, subject to caps. Second, we will also introduce a 5% concessionary tax rate on qualifying income for new fund manager listings in Singapore. And third, we will introduce a tax exemption on fund managers' qualifying income from funds with at least 30% allocation to Singapore-listed equities. Moving on to personal income tax, the amendments relate mainly to changes that provide stronger support to our workers. Clause 55 provides for all tax-resident individuals to receive a personal income tax rebate of 60% for the year of assessment 2025, capped at $200 per taxpayer. This was announced in Budget 2025 as part of the SG60 package and is granted automatically to eligible taxpayers. Let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, the provisions in the bill will update our tax regime to strengthen our economic competitiveness, provide more clarity to businesses, and give more support to companies and individuals amidst a challenging global economic landscape. Sir, I seek to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to speak in support of the Finance Income Taxes Bill 2025. While the bill may appear technical, its implications are wide-ranging. It keeps Singapore's tax system fair, forward-looking, and aligned with global developments, and it affects the daily lives of our families, small businesses, and workers. This bill delivers on the intent of Budget 2025 to strengthen fiscal sustainability while easing cost pressures on Singaporeans. It provides immediate relief through a 60% personal income tax rebate capped at $200 and a 50% corporate tax rebate capped at $40,000 to help households and firms manage near-term costs. For individuals, this rebate will especially benefit low and middle-income households. Mr. Speaker, I have a few questions to ask. First, may I ask how many Singaporeans are expected to face zero income tax liability this year, and how much less personal income tax revenue the government expects to collect overall? In the longer term, could the ministry study whether the lowest income tax brackets might also be reduced? We can make our system more progressive, not only by raising rates at the top, but by easing them at the bottom if fiscal space permits. Another welcome change is the tax exemption for allowances under the Workfare Training Support Scheme, the Skills Future Level Up Programme, and the Workfare Skills Support Level Up Scheme. This rightly ensures that training and upskilling benefits are not taxed. However, I note that individuals who previously paid tax on these payments must apply to IRAS for refunds before 31st December 2029. Would the ministry consider an automatic refund instead, and share how many individuals and how much tax collected since 2013 will be affected by this retrospective exemption? Mr. Speaker, in my conversations with residents and business owners, many appreciate these rebates but remain concerned about complexity. Small enterprises often lack dedicated accounting staff and self-employed workers. Our freelancers, drivers, tutors, and hawkers manage their own filing. They can deduct legitimate business expenses, yet many remain unfamiliar with the process. I urge MOF and IRAS to pair legislative reform with practical support, clearer guidance, simpler e-forms, and accessible digital tools. Tax compliance could be simple, not stressful, and relief should be inclusive, not confined to those who can afford professional help. For companies, I note that those not profitable will receive $2,000 cash grant if they made CPF contributions for at least one local employee in 2024. May I confirm that this CPF contribution requirement applies only to cash grant component, not a precondition to get corporate income tax rebate? If so, what is the reason for this distinction? And what situations would the Comptroller regard as just and equitable to waive this condition under Section 92L bracket 5? Mr. Speaker, my third point is on enhancing transparency and global alignment. The bill also amends the GST Act to allow the board to publish case details with consent, a small but meaningful step that enhances transparency and consistency in tax administration. More broadly, the bill aligns Singapore with the OECD's base erosion and profit shifting BEPS 2.0 framework. Large multinational groups will now be subject to a global minimum effective tax rate of 15%. These changes ensure Singapore remains trusted, competitive, and compliant as global rules evolve. So given that the United States has withdrawn from Pillar 2, does the MOF foresee any adjustment to Singapore's implementation timeline or commitments under BEPS 2.0? And how will we maintain our competitiveness if other major jurisdictions slow or reverse their adoption? So I encourage MOF to continue providing clear guidance and transition support to affected firms, ensuring that the implementation remains proportionate and predictable. The bill also refines our fund management regime, reinforcing Singapore's position as a trusted global financial center. It enhances the tax exemption scheme for fund managers that launch and manage funds investing substantially, at least 30% in Singapore-listed equities. A 5% concessionary rate will apply for qualifying new fund manager listings, alongside a listing tax rebate to encourage more companies to list and grow here. While deductions for listing expenses remain non-deductible as they are capital in nature, Singapore supports enterprises through non-tax measures such as the GEMS listing grant scheme, which co-funds up to 70% of eligible SGX main board listing costs. These measures reflect that Singapore's appeal rests not on low rates, but on stability, transparency, and innovation in our ecosystem of global capital. They also strengthen emerging areas such as sustainable finance and wealth management, which create skilled jobs and long-term opportunities for Singapore. Assuming Singapore proceeds with Pillar 2, can the new listing corporate income tax rebate under Section 92K remain effective once the global minimum tax rules take full effect? How often will these incentives be reviewed for effectiveness? I also note that the MAS and Equity Market Review Group are exploring non-tax measures to boost market vibrancy. I look forward to further announcements on these initiatives and their timelines. Mr. Speaker, I have 4 questions to ask. First, may I ask how many Singaporeans are expected to face zero income tax liability this year, and how much less personal income tax revenue the government expects to collect overall? Mr. Speaker, sir, while I support the direction of the bill, there are a few areas that could be refined for greater fairness and long-term effectiveness. First, the new listing tax rebate may not be easily accessible to smaller issuers. Its short eligibility window and administrative requirements could discourage participation, especially among emerging or innovative firms. A more flexible framework with consistent criteria would help broaden the base of Singapore-listed companies. Second, the growing number of overlapping incentive schemes adds compliance burden and complexity. Although our headline corporate tax rate remains 17%, multiple concessionary regimes coexist under different rules and timelines. In addition, the amendments to Sections 105I and 105L and 105K of the Income Tax Act are in preparation for the implementation of the Crypto Asset Reporting Framework, or CARF, for the automatic exchange of information on crypto assets for tax purposes. Is there a projected timeline for any update of reporting requirements that IRAS may be carrying out, and for the release of any guidance or training to ensure that affected entities will be in a position to comply with updated requirements? So a more integrated and transparent structure would improve clarity and efficiency. Third, while ministerial discretion allows flexibility, it should be balanced by regular public reporting to ensure accountability and parliamentary oversight. And finally, as global tax norms evolve under the OECD's 15% minimum tax framework, we should move beyond rate-based incentives and prioritize productivity and innovation-driven measures in R&D, workforce skills, and digital capability. This will safeguard fiscal integrity and sustain Singapore's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, some may ask what all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some may ask what all this means for the average Singaporean. When our businesses stay competitive, they invest and hire. When compliance is simple, SMEs can focus on growth instead of paperwork. When revenues are stable, government can fund programs and uplift Singaporeans, from Workfare and SkillsFuture to the modular packages, Earn and Save bonus. I note that this bill also ensures these social payouts remain tax-exempt, providing direct help to low-income workers and seniors. Looking ahead, we should continue simplifying compliance through digital tools, expanding tax education in partnership with trade associations and community groups, and reviewing new rules annually to stay both competitive and fair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill fortifies the architecture of Singapore's fiscal system, combining prudence, fairness, and adaptability. Taxation is not only about numbers, it is about trust that our regime is fair, that growth benefits all, and that compliance is manageable for every taxpayer. So as we align with global standards, we must ensure no resident, freelancer, or SME feels left behind. If we continue to pair global alignment with domestic inclusion, we will preserve Singapore's fiscal strength and social solidarity for businesses, families, and future generations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Finance Income Tax Bill before this House seeks to implement tax changes announced in Budget 2025 by amending the Income Tax Act and related legislation. While this may appear to be a procedural exercise to give legal effect to the budget measures, I see it also as an opportunity to do much more. It is an opportunity to refine our tax system so that it continues to work well for Singaporeans and to ensure that our broader national objectives are met, particularly given the critical redistributive role that taxes play in fiscal policy. It is also an opportunity to look ahead to make constructive suggestions for the upcoming Budget 2026. As I've emphasized in my past budget speeches, we must move beyond transitional cost of living measures and strengthen structural support through lasting tax changes that achieve greater redistributive efficiency. As we look towards Budget 2026, how can our tax system best serve Singaporeans, especially at a time of persistent cost pressures and growing inequality? How can our fiscal architecture reinforce fairness, resilience, and growth? Can our tax policies play a stronger role in redistribution, support for families, and domestic capital formation? I will focus my remarks on three themes. First, the importance of putting in place structural changes rather than relying on recurring one-off measures. Second, the potential role of refundable tax credits in improving equity and efficiency. And third, how we can better align our tax system with our ambition to strengthen Singapore's equities market. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in both my Budget 2024 and Budget 2025 speeches, I emphasized the importance of structural rather than episodic fiscal measures. Let me reiterate that call once more today. Our tax system should automatically adjust to reflect the economic realities Singaporeans face, rather than depending on annual ad hoc adjustments that create uncertainty and add administrative complexity. Under Clause 55 of the bill, a personal income tax rebate worth 60% of tax payable, capped at $200, will be granted for the year of assessment 2025. This is similar to the rebate in YA 2024, where it was 50% of tax payable but capped at $200, and also to the one granted in YA 2019. Should such rebates become a recurring feature of every budget, they would effectively raise the tax-free threshold from the current $20,000 of chargeable income. But the government has framed this as part of the SG60 package, which would suggest that this is only temporary. Instead of offering periodic rebates, I believe we would be better off instituting a mechanism to regularly review both the personal income tax brackets and basic relief quanta to avoid bracket creep, so that the system keeps pace with changes in wages and price over time. After all, the last time the personal income tax brackets were last updated was more than 24 years ago, in 2001. This was a point I had raised in my parliamentary question in 2022 and again in last year's budget debate. Based on my estimates, close to 80% of resident taxpayers will only receive the $200 cap, which means that the headline 60% rebate appears more generous than it really is. Another example is the earned income relief. For workers below 55 years of age, this relief has remained at $1,000 for as long as I can recall. For older workers aged 55 to 59, the relief stands at $6,000, and for those aged 60 and above, $8,000. These figures have not been revised since Budget 2012, more than a decade ago. For handicapped workers, the reliefs are also unchanged. Given the rise in the cost of living, wages and labour participation since then, it is long overdue for a comprehensive update. In addition, I agree with the exemption from tax of a wide range of initiatives such as Workfare Training Support Training Allowance, SkillsFuture Mid-Career Training Allowance, and Workfare Skills Support. Again, in the spirit of making scheme-specific changes each time, it would be better for us to introduce a broad-based skills investment relief, allowing individuals to claim a capped deduction for out-of-pocket training expenses, and this would be an expansion of the existing course fees relief, which only provides relief for specific approved academic, professional, or vocational qualification, or courses relevant to a person's current employment, trade, business, profession, or vocation. But at the same time, it does not reward initiatives to better position oneself for an alternative career, especially in the current era of rapid change and disruption, as it has no linkages to his or her current profession. Turning to Clause 43, which introduces a new Section 92L, providing for a 50% corporate income tax rebate. This continues a familiar pattern of annual corporate rebates varying from 20% to 50% over the last decade, with caps ranging from $10,000 to $40,000. While such rebates can provide short-term relief, they do not offer the long-term certainty and predictability that businesses, especially SMEs, do require. As I argued in my speech on the Income Tax Amendment Bill in 2021, I suggested that we consider introducing more structural progressivity in our corporate income tax regime, particularly to better support local SMEs. Even as other forms of enterprise support are strengthened, the government could consider raising partial tax exemption limits or introducing two-tiered corporate tax profit tax system similar to Hong Kong's model introduced in 2018. Such an approach could offer greater certainty than the current system of fluctuating rebates. To illustrate, an SME earning $300,000 in chargeable income today pays around $34,000 in corporate income tax before rebates, an effective tax rate of roughly 11%, compared to about 8% before the exemption restrictions introduced in Budget 2018. Building these reforms directly into the tax regime, rather than relying on discretionary rebates, would send a clearer signal of support to our local enterprise base. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to next turn to a topic that deserves greater attention in Singapore, and that is of the refundable tax credits. These function as a form of negative income tax, providing benefits through the tax system, but paying out the difference in cash to those with insufficient tax liability to benefit otherwise. In doing so, they allow governments to extend support to lower and middle income households more efficiently, without distorting work incentives or relying on other specific schemes. Refundable credits are widely used in advanced economies such as the US Earned Income Tax Credit and Canada's various refundable credit systems, for example. In Singapore, one promising area to consider refundable tax credits is in relation to child relief or the Working Mother's Child Relief. As I've shared previously, this relief was restructured for children born on or after January 2024 from a percentage-based formula to a fixed dollar amount of $8,000 for the first child, $10,000 for the second, and $12,000 for the third and subsequent children. While this change benefits some lower-income mothers marginally, my estimates suggest that roughly 80% of working mothers will either be unaffected or worse off with the formula change. I've spoken previously about how Singapore's total fertility rate, which fell below 1.0 in 2023 and remained there in 2024, represents an existential challenge. President Tharman has pledged that this term of government will do more to help parents better manage their work and family commitments and to foster a culture that celebrates families. In that spirit, we should consider whether the revised WMCR structure truly achieves this intent of encouraging married women to stay in the workforce, or whether it inadvertently discourages some from doing so. Now, I acknowledge that the government has said that when the WMCR changes are considered alongside the one-off $2,000 increase in the CDA First Step grant, about 97% of mothers will be no worse off in the year of birth. But I would also ask, what about the next 15 years of tax assessments? Perhaps a reversion of the WMCR or its reform into a refundable tax credit could be explored as part of future budget changes. After all, this concept is not new to Singapore, with the refundable investment credits already introduced. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the final theme of my speech, aligning our tax regime more closely with the goal of strengthening Singapore's equities market. My colleague and MP for Aljunied GRC, Mr. Kenneth Tiong, will be elaborating further on this point. Let me first also declare that I'm an equity analyst working in a financial institution here in Singapore. Clause 54 operationalizes the 13O and 13U fund tax incentive schemes for family offices. These schemes aim to offer a conducive operating environment for Singapore-based fund managers and family offices. In my earlier parliamentary question in 2022, I had asked about the number of family offices, their aggregate business spending, assets under management, and local investments. Back then, the MAS shared that it does not have estimates on aggregate business spending, aggregate AUM held, and the amount invested locally by SFOs. Do we now have such data? Otherwise, how do we assess the effectiveness of the capital deployment requirement rules? Under current rules, family offices must invest the lower of 10% of AUM or 10 million in designated investments. However, the definition of invested locally is broad. Even an investment into a global fund distributed by a financial institution with a Singapore presence can qualify. This means that the actual capital deployed into Singapore's productive economy may be far smaller than the headline numbers intended. I would urge the government to strengthen this capital deployment requirement, perhaps by raising it to at least 15 to 20% of AUM, or tightening the definition of eligible investments to require a minimum portion in Singapore-listed equities, REITs, or funds with domestic exposure, even as I note that there is a 1.5 to 2 times multiplier applied to certain investments. Greater transparency and periodic reporting of aggregate investment data will also help the public to assess whether these generous tax incentives are delivering tangible benefits to Singapore's economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to recap the 3 themes I have raised. First, we should move away from recurring one-off measures towards structural reforms, indexing tax brackets and reliefs to inflation, updating outdated reliefs like the earned income relief, and embedding greater progressivity into our corporate tax regime. Second, we should consider introducing refundable tax credits to make our fiscal system more equitable and efficient, particularly in supporting working families and working mothers and lower-income Singaporeans. And third, We must align our tax incentives more strategically with our goal of strengthening Singapore's capital markets and ensuring that incentives like those for family offices deliver meaningful local benefits. Ultimately, our tax system is more than a means of raising revenue. It reflects our values as a society: fairness, resilience, and solidarity. As we look ahead to Budget 2026, I hope we can take this opportunity to refine our fiscal architecture to serve Singaporeans better, strengthen inclusivity, and build an economy that works for all. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the Finance Income Taxes Bill. The bill makes several changes to legislation, including to provide for the changes already announced at the landmark budget of 2025. I will focus only on the segment of the bill that pertains to how Singapore is preparing to adapt to global minimum tax rules. We have already implemented the domestic top-up tax and multinational enterprise top-up tax from January 2025. We should not underestimate the impact that the global minimum tax rules have on our collective future. There are two areas that I will share on. First, the impact on Singapore's competitiveness to be able to attract future foreign investments and create good jobs. And second, the impact on the government's future revenue collections to support its policy agenda. On competitiveness, I believe we will very likely be worse off. I spent 2 years at the Economic Development Board. Tax incentives were a major way to attract multinational enterprises to invest in us, despite our higher labor and land costs and our smaller market. The global minimum tax rules have started to render our tax incentives almost useless. It will be like fighting with not one, but both hands tied behind our back, and perhaps with our legs tied together too. How can we start preparing for this new future? And what new tools and value propositions can we create so that we remain an attractive investment destination? The Refundable Investment Credit, or RIC for short, is a step in the right direction. The bill makes amendments to the Income Tax Act to facilitate the RIC's implementation, and I fully support it. But in my view, the RIC is helpful. Alone, it will be insufficient, because its benefits, as I understand it, do not scale with an enterprise's growing profits, unlike tax incentives. That said, we should not sell ourselves short. Tax incentives are not the only reason why multinational enterprises come here and create jobs for Singaporeans. We have a clear and established rule of law. We have good global connectivity from a physical and digital perspective. And we have an ecosystem of local and global talent that is sticky because it has been developed over time, and our city can provide a high quality of life. I therefore urge the government to be relentless in developing new value propositions for Singapore. This includes investing ahead of demand in world-class industrial infrastructure that could support the faster deployment of high-tech manufacturing. It includes making other factors of production more competitive. For example, through investments that make clean or green energy more affordable, more available, and more resilient. It also includes a deepening innovation ecosystem, as well as being a preferred base for a reasonable number of global talents that can value add to our economy and grow our local talent base. In short, if the most sophisticated and high-value products can be invented and made only in a few places in the world, Singapore must be one of them. We will then be able to transcend cost competitiveness. At the same time, and this is something I feel very strongly about and I continue to champion strongly for, we should do more to support and grow our local companies. Because these companies will be more rooted to Singapore even as our cost disadvantages become more apparent. With such value propositions, multinational enterprises would be happy to pay these global minimum taxes in Singapore and be rooted here to provide good jobs for Singaporeans. Allow me to move on to my second point. The government will need to think much harder about the impact on our fiscal system, especially on its revenues. Many issues are debated in this Parliament chamber. Almost all colleagues, including myself, are asking the government to do more and to spend more, almost never to do less. To support its agenda, the government needs to be on a solid fiscal footing so that its revenues can support its expenditures. In terms of government revenues, we do not yet know how the global minimum tax system will affect us. On the one hand, some enterprises will pay more tax. On its own, this will lead to more revenues, at least in the short term. But on the other hand, enterprises may also choose to pay tax in other jurisdictions or move out of Singapore entirely, and then the government's revenues will be lower. No one knows the net fiscal impact, and the world is not waiting for us to make an assessment. New pronouncements come up from time to time. The Senior Minister of State for Finance spoke about it, like the side-by-side framework between Pillar 2 rules and the US tax system. The MOF echoed this uncertainty in their reply to my PQ last month. In their own words, they could only say that the impact on our fiscal outlook was uncertain, and that they were monitoring the issue closely and would review their approach once there is greater clarity. Once there is greater clarity. I would submit, however, that we will not get greater clarity on our government's projected revenues anytime soon. And this is reasonable. But the less we know, the more we need to prepare. And I believe we can adopt a fiscal strategy that provides for different fiscal futures. By default, we should be fiscally conservative, so that if corporate income tax revenues are low, we would still have enough for our expenditure, especially on our expanding social programs. But should there be unexpected upsides in corporate income tax revenues, we should think of a structure to share this systematically with all Singaporeans, both in current and in future generations. To that end, in some circumstances, I also agree with Mr. Louis Chua that we should have some structures that do it systematically. There have been previous instances of such surplus sharing initiatives, but they have only been on an ad hoc basis. Just imagine a system where if Singapore's economy does well and our tax collections are more buoyant than expected, Singaporeans will all be assured beforehand that they will benefit directly from our country's economic success. These are but some ideas that can be developed further in time to come, perhaps at future budget debates. And for now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will speak today on Section 92K of the Finance Income Taxes Bill, which is part of the government's emerging strategy to improve the attractiveness of Singapore's equity market. It provides time-limited tax incentives for both primary and secondary listings. Before I begin, let me preface by saying I will use the term SGX as shorthand for SGX's equities business. The SGX as a whole is a multi-asset exchange that has great strengths in FX, commodities, and other derivatives. And I think those parts of the business, including BidFX and iron ore, have been doing a good job. On Section 92K, my overall view is that these measures, a time-limited experiment in tax incentives, are in themselves unlikely to move the needle on improving the SGX's competitiveness, good or bad, for good or bad. Although I have some general reservations about some of the bill's principles, on balance, since it is tightly scoped by being both limited in time and capped in subsidy, I support the bill to give this government latitude to experiment. 92K introduces a tax rebate to encourage companies to list their shares on SGX. Companies that list their ordinary shares on the Singapore Stock Exchange between 19 February 2025 and 31st December 2027, new listings or relistings, both primary and secondary listings, will qualify. Shares must be offered to the public in conjunction with the listing. The company receives a tax rebate for 5 years, 20% of corporate tax for periods of a primary listing and 10% for a secondary listing. These are capped at $6 million a year if the market cap is at or above $1 billion on listing date, and $3 million a year if below that figure. The company must remain listed throughout the entire 5-year period and must apply for approval by 31st December 2027. The principles of 92K I have reservations about are, first, the extension of rebates towards secondary listings. From the company's perspective, academic research shows secondary listings work primarily when listing in the US, where companies gain from superior governance standards, purported superior governance standards, or valuation premiums. It is debatable if Singapore offers either advantage. The advantages are not of secondary listings in general, but of the US in particular. I can understand why SGX might want to encourage secondary listings. They are a prelude to secondary offerings. In FY 2025, SGX had 6 new listings, raising $25.7 million. This was dwarfed by secondary offerings, which was 100 times larger at $4.3 billion. SGX's function as a capital raising venue for already listed companies is currently much more significant than its listings. SGX Chairman Koh Boon Hui has argued for the need to take calculated first mover risks to build liquidity, presumably anchoring more secondary listings. It's one of those first, excuse me. It's one of those first mover risks. But from Singapore's perspective, I do not see much benefit in giving incentives to attract secondary listings, especially combined with a disclosure-based regime, which may result in a bigger slate of lower quality companies. At the point of entry, many may just make the number of listings and market cap look better, while not creating broad local employment since their operations are overseas. Some may disagree on the basis that these secondary listings may improve liquidity and generate turnover. But how much of this is sticky, multi-year liquidity, and how much is transient event-driven volume? I ask, what is the basis of the government's belief that it will lead to high-quality liquidity? For me, the bigger philosophical questions from first principles: why would a company want to do a secondary listing in Singapore? Why would Singapore benefit overall from more secondary listings in a disclosure-based regime? Remain inadequately answered. Overall, I would rather we focus on attracting quality primary listings over extending incentives to secondary listings. But since the trial is limited in time and scope, we will support the bill's scope in total. We hope the results will be published and guide future market development. The bill addresses 3 key tactical problems regarding secondary listings. A, many secondary listings come by introduction, meaning no new shares sold, which leaves little local free float and tends to depress local turnover. HKEX, Hong Kong's exchange, warns that secondary listings can suffer from failure to develop or sustain an active trading market, which is why they flag such stocks prominently with an S marker. SGX currently has 29 secondary listings. Multiple high-profile SGX secondary listings were by way of introductions, meaning no new shares. This includes the 2010 listing of Prudential and the 2022 SGX listing of electric vehicle company NIO, which GIC is now suing for securities fraud in the Southern District of New York. These secondaries have had thin local trading versus their primary venues, with exception of the Jardine Group. So far, secondary listings have been a mixed bag. I'll return to this point about poor quality listings later. But tactically, 92K insists that shares must be offered to the public, ensuring some flow. So listings by introduction are excluded from rebates. This is prudent. And while this is not in the bill, I note that MAS has the GEMS Research Development Grant, which provides a top-up per research report, more if it covers pre-IPO and newly listed names. This will help strengthen the value proposition of a listing here in Singapore, even if we cannot offer much valuation premium. B, the tax rebates are also tied to the profitability of the company. If the companies are loss-making, they will not qualify for the rebates. If it were not the case, we could be attracting rebate tourism from dubious companies. C, last and most importantly, these measures are time-limited until the end of 2027. The second principle I have reservations on is this whole idea of giving listing incentives at all. I could not find much evidence that having listing incentives will improve the quality of companies or long-term performance. In fact, the converse was more likely true. The Quebec Stock Savings Plan, which offered taxpayers generous tax write-offs for investment in new public stock issues of companies, drove a short-term surge in small company primary issues. But many issuers later disappeared or posted weaker earnings. The impact on capitalization was short-lived, and overall stimulus effects were limited. For listing incentives, from the company's perspective, it may be unsustainable once incentives end, and these companies may fail or simply delist when that time comes. What we are likely to see is a short-term pop in the numbers, because without answers to permanent questions around liquidity, disclosure quality, investor depth, and regulatory credibility, strong secular headwinds remain. Some say it is a chicken and egg problem, building liquidity and investor depth. I understand this view, but I believe that raising the quality of listed companies is preconditional to building this two-sided market. Other jurisdictions are not focusing on financial incentives. Hong Kong is focused on raising corporate governance standards, enforcement, and improving processing efficiency, which is, in my view, a more correct approach. Hong Kong's listing rules have historically been stricter, stricter than SGX in areas such as independence of directors, remuneration disclosures, and related party transactions. And their regulators have been much more aggressive in enforcement actions, including against directors. Hong Kong recently introduced a new corporate governance code with stricter requirements, limiting independent non-executive directors to 6 listed directorships, mandatory continuing professional training, board skills matrices, and performance reviews. They are raising standards without using financial incentives. On 29 October, SGX RegCo announced it would remove the financial watch list and introduce more flexible listing rules under a disclosure-based approach. This is a bit paradoxical to me. The watch list itself was disclosure. It flagged financially distressed companies to investors. Removing it doesn't increase disclosure. It removes a critical warning signal. What SGX calls a more disclosure-based approach can actually mean more disclosure for poor companies while keeping them listed and trading, but less actionable disclosure and actionable information for the market as a whole. I therefore disagree with the removal of the watch list. Industry players supporting its removal may of course benefit from more trading volume, even if low quality. Their incentives may not align with retail investor protection. Taiwan's 54% retail participation versus our 21% shows what happens when retail investors have confidence. Confidence built on quality signals like watch lists and investor protection centers. I will not move on to a few remarks on the principles that should underlie our stock market. At its core, a stock market strikes a domestic bargain. Savers get high-quality asset appreciation, and local enterprises get capital and exit opportunities. All other functions, such as foreign capital allocating to Singapore or overseas companies listing in Singapore, are extensions of this core. Four structural realities constrain our equities market. First, the ASEAN Gateway strategy is becoming obsolete. It may have worked for Singapore when other Southeast Asian countries did not have a strong local market. But today, Thailand and Vietnam have their own mature and highly liquid markets with domestic brand recognition. ASEAN companies ASEAN companies no longer have as many compelling reasons to list on the SGX versus vis-a-vis their home exchanges. Second, our regulatory reach is limited over other foreign markets. This means for foreign companies, we are exposed to information asymmetry and governance risks we cannot adequately mitigate, such as for the fraud-accused NEO. Third, passive capital demands quality indexes. The tidal force of passive investment is a secular supertrend. Sovereign wealth funds like Norway's leading GPFG have demonstrated that low-cost passive investing outperforms the active management approach. I believe passive strategies will form the basis of significant portfolio allocations going forward. But passive investment requires something fundamental: high-quality indexes or baskets worth buying. Investors must be able to trust that the baskets of stocks they're purchasing represent genuine value, not a random collection of mediocre companies. By lowering listing standards and removing investor protections, like the financial watch list, the risk is that the quality of the SGX and STI is allowed to degrade precisely when global capital is demanding higher quality for passive allocation. Let us not forget that active management to weed out mediocrity is an expensive endeavor. You will pay an active manager above and beyond to do due diligence to separate wheat from chaff. And these active management fees are a drag on any future returns. You cannot attract passive capital by diluting the quality of an index. Any slackening in market shaping and maintaining quality standards cuts directly against one of the most important structural trends in modern finance. I am bearish on any cutting of standards. Fourth, passive capital also demands coherent indexes. Without quality and coherence, we cannot articulate what our market represents. Big allocators need clarity about what each allocation represents in their portfolio. But look at the STI. Financials, 54%. Real estate investment trusts, or REITs, 16.4%. Industrials, 9.8%. Telecom, 7.5%. Utilities, 4.9%. Almost entirely defensive. There's also leakage. Secondary listings like Jardine Matheson and Hong Kong Land, both managed from Hong Kong, comprise 5% of the index, but represent neither Singapore operations nor Singapore Inc.'s core capital formation interests. Defensiveness and leakages are headwinds in building a future coherent story to ultimately increase SGX's valuation premium. What would a future coherent story look like? Not mimicking NASDAQ's high beta growth, not remaining purely defensive, but rather a foundation of quality SMEs, profitable, well-run, the domestic bargain in action, complemented by selective growth engines from a robust R&D industrial policy. The local stock market is currently dominated by GLCs. However, Singapore has a long tail of well-run, profitable SMEs which do require growth capital. They aren't super growth companies, but they deserve capital and can anchor our index. We need to meet our economy where it is. SGX should become an exchange that looks out for glowing SMEs and cultivates a pipeline for listing. This should include overhauling the sponsor-based catalyst board to be replaced by a non-trading, capacity-building incubation board, which graduates to OTC-style boards as a prelude to main board listing. SMEs are the companies that will benefit most from a supportive exchange ecosystem, including the long tail of research needed to cover them. The second layer will be selective growth from R&D. Commercial offshoots from our RE master plans in pharmaceuticals, advanced manufacturing, and deep tech should be able to list at an earlier stage in order to advance excess domestic capital. The collapse of Tesla Therapeutics in 2023, despite raising over $200 million, illustrates the brittleness of relying solely on late-stage venture funding without domestic capital market support. Without opining on the commercial validity of that specific decision, I believe capital-intensive R&D ventures could benefit from accessible public markets. Earlier stage listings would build local investor familiarity with science-based companies and allow incremental capital raising as milestones are met, and will perhaps have improved the odds for some of the first-generation biopolis companies which failed. That's why I support amending of emission requirements, SGX RegCo's amending of emission requirements for life sciences companies. With your indulgence, sir, before I end, as this bill touches on the stock market, I would like to correct some statements about the Workers' Party stock market proposals. Minister Chee Hong Tat, at a DBS-hosted fireside chat on 22nd October 2025, said, quote, "Over the past year, we have worked closely with the industry to come up with proposals that could enhance the liquidity and competitiveness of Singapore's equities markets. We decided not to go for quick fixes, such as asking GIC or Temasek to pump prime the market by mandating them to invest a certain amount in local equities. I explained in Parliament previously, in response to similar calls by the Workers' Party, that I do not believe such superficial measures will be effective and sustainable. It is what the Chinese call 治标不治本, solutions that may sound good in theory but actually do not solve the underlying problems facing our capital markets," end quote. Now, I'm not sure what calls the minister is referring to. I've looked around and asked my colleagues, but drawn a blank. My colleague Louis Chua did speak in this year's COS about our stock market, but I suggested two things: letting more of Temasek's GLCs list on SGX and strengthening corporate governance standards. He did not suggest what the minister has called pump priming. But I did manage to find this exchange while digging in the Hansard, the PQ from 2nd July 2024. Quote, asked the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance whether the government will review its investment mandates with GIC to consider the suggestion from some industry players for GIC to allocate part of its investments to securities listed on the Singapore Exchange to revitalize our local stock exchange, end quote. The source of that pump priming question was MP Liang Eng Hua, who is not a WP MP. So respectfully, I would like to ask the Minister to please clarify and source his comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the bill. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Finance Income Tax Bill may be split into 3 sets of changes. Those pertaining to the Income Tax Act, or ITA, and also related to the budget this year, ITA changes that are not directly related to the budget, and refinements to the Multinational Enterprise Minimum Tax Act, or MMTA, that aim to clarify definitions and rules related to the OECD's Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, or BEPS 2.0 project, and specifically the Global Anti-Base Erosion, Global Anti-Base Erosion, or GLOBE rules in Pillar 2. That's my daily dose of acronyms. Now, my colleagues, Louis Chua and Kenneth Tiong, have dealt with the first and second elements of the bill. I will confine my reactions to the MMTA and parts of the ITA related to multinational enterprises. While I support the bill, I have a few specific concerns about several legislative elements. I will also speak more broadly about what it means to stick to BEPS 2.0 in a Trump 2.0 world. Parts G and H of Clause 56 of the bill insert subsections that define securitization entities and securitization arrangements established by multinationals to help investors manage insolvency risk. On its face, this is unobjectionable. Securitized entities and arrangements are ubiquitous in modern enterprise design and operation. I understand that these may have been introduced as a result of public feedback requesting greater clarity on their treatment when it comes to domestic top-up tax, or DTT, calculations. My concern has to do with the role that securitized entities have historically played in modern finance, and especially how securitization allowed financial institutions to carry far riskier portfolios than otherwise possible, which contributed, in turn, to the 2007 and 2008 global financial crisis. This is because securitized products, such as the infamous collateralized debt obligations, or CDOs, CDO squared, and other forms of asset-backed securities, increase the informational distance between regulators and banks, which then elevated the fragility of the system and set the stage for a full-blown crisis. Well, there's little reason to believe that similar securitization arrangements are inducing the sort of undesirable risk-taking in the context of MNE's approach to BEPS. It is nevertheless useful to keep in mind the key lesson from that earlier episode, that corporations can and do employ securitization to skirt rules and regulations. Hence, it's important that our authorities be alert to the possibility that MNEs may choose to park otherwise taxable assets in such arrangements and special purpose vehicles, which this legislation explicitly accommodates. Will the ministry confirm that it will impose GLOBE reporting obligations for such associated entities, which are often off-balance sheet as well? Clause 45 of the bill deals with refundable investment credits, or RICs. I had, in the debate on last year's budget statement, raised my concerns that RICs could potentially be used as a strategic loophole by MNEs to shield themselves from the tax liabilities, specifically through recording all innovation activities in a subsidiary located in a jurisdiction with generous R&D credits. In his response at the time, PM Wong assured the House that, and I quote, the RIC is compliant with BEPS. Singapore's approach to transfer pricing currently takes strong reference from the OECD's own guidelines. In practice, this requires that intellectual property, or IP, be valued at arm's length open market prices. Presumably, then, this implies that RICs must likewise conform with transfer pricing of intangible IP, including hard-to-value intangibles. In scrutinizing Clause 45 of the bill, however, I did not find any such restrictions written into the language of the proposed legislation. The requirements for arm's length conditions do, however, appear in the original Income Tax Act. May I confirm, then, that the self-same stipulation on pricing applies with equal force to RICs via reference to ITA Section 34D. Now, all in this House are undoubtedly aware that we appear to be transitioning from what had hitherto been a robust, United States-led, rules-based international economic order toward one which is much more transactional, where might makes right, and the US, rather than being global caretaker, comes across instead as an economic bully. Small countries, such as Singapore, are unavoidably at a disadvantage in such a Machiavellian system. This applies to an international project, such as BEPS, which is heavily reliant on the buy-in of nations to sustain it. Now, does the exit of the United States from the system irreparably undermine BEPS and the multinational minimum tax? This is, of course, the fear that many have. In my view, however, the future of international tax rules is likely to unfold in much the same way that the global trading system has been evolving, steadily grinding forward, even in the absence of the United States. To date, more than 50 countries already have Pillar 2 rules in force, and the passage of this bill will further consolidate our nation's own position within this group of like-minded economies. After all, the ability of countries to proceed with top-up taxes, even without the acquiescence or compliance of other countries, is largely built into the design of globe rules. Admittedly, unilateral action performed without the cover of a treaty may invite retaliatory responses. But given how the US has already chosen to proactively wield the tariff stick under the Trump administration, in violation of WTO rules, the threat of such a tit-for-tat response becomes much less credible. That said, I note that we have yet to adopt certain elements of Pillar 2, such as the Undertax Payments Rule, or UTPR, in Singapore. This is perhaps somewhat fortuitous, since the UTPR has been a sore point for the Trump administration. There may yet be room for reconciliation of the disparate positions between the United States and the rest of the signatories of BEPS. One possibility is, as mentioned by others in this House, a side-by-side regime where American-owned groups receive some form of exceptional treatment vis-à-vis the rest of the world. This could entail, for instance, the recognition of idiosyncratic M&E minimum taxes, such as the Global Intangible Low Tax Income, or GILTI, for controlled foreign corporations, such that they are consistent with those prescribed by globe rules. Another might grant US entities permanent safe harbor instead of just a temporary one. There is some text in the bill, notably on Clause 59, that speaks to safe harbors, but only to the extent that it aligns the timing of elections of globe safe harbors with no real mention of their permanence. Similarly, there's no mention of how GILTI will be addressed in the present legislation. These considerations have yet to be weaved into the MMTA, which is, at this point, appropriate. I believe it would be premature to do so, given the volatile nature of the Trump administration's policy-making and the BEPS rollout process more generally. Still, that does not preclude us from planning ahead. To that end, I hope that the ministry will share whether, in its view, there is a more plausible or likely scenario among the various possibilities for how the global minimum tax, corporate tax regime will play out, and if it has sketched out a tentative plan for how we might revise legislation as these different potential outcomes unfold.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir,
I rise in support of the Finance Income Taxes Bill. I wish to declare that I'm the CEO of an investment management company. The bill proposes amendments to the Income Tax Act and effects the measures announced in Budget 2025. These include the Equities Market Review Group recommended tax incentives. These incentives support our capital markets and can create skilled jobs in analysis, research, and compliance, jobs that many young Singaporeans can aspire to. A key change concerns Section 13W of the ITA, which exempts gains on the disposal of ordinary shares. Investors welcome clarity where under the new group basis rule, the divesting company and its group members must collectively hold at least 20% of the investee for 24 months before disposal in order to qualify. Separately, preference shares will qualify if accounted for as equity under the investee standards or under IFRS. However, registered business trusts and variable capital companies are not included in this 20% shareholding threshold definition. As these structures are key to our capital markets ecosystem, I urge the government to consider extending the definition to registered business trusts and variable capital companies. The bill also proposes amendments to the Multinational Enterprise Minimum Tax Act. This is to align our laws with the OECD's Pillar 2 Global Minimum Tax Framework. Pillar 2 backstops the original Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Project, or BEPS 2.0 for short, which acts as a global minimum tax rate, which sets a global minimum tax rate of 15%. To curb tax avoidance and a senseless race to the bottom-style tax competition. Singapore has long had a pro-enterprise, relatively low-tax environment which helps attract good investments, fund management, corporate listings, and regional HQs. However, with the global minimum tax framework, centralizing business operations into low-tax jurisdictions will no longer be as straightforward as before. With the MMTA, Singapore's adoption of the global 15% tax, minimum tax, ensures parity across jurisdictions, and for Singapore, it gets its fair share of this minimum global tax. This bill ensures that our tax base remains defensible while preserving our attractiveness for high-quality investments. By refining definitions in the MMTA, we align our fiscal framework with international norms, reinforcing Singapore's position as a transparent and rules-based jurisdiction. With global minimum taxes, non-tax competitive advantages become more critical. My concern is to ensure that Singapore remains attractive as a business hub via excellent infrastructure, a skilled workforce, and political stability. Notwithstanding, the United States' decision not to fully implement the OECD's Pillar 2 global tax framework affects Singapore's relative competitiveness as a regional hub, particularly for US multinational corporations headquartered and operating in Singapore. Therefore, I seek clarification of how the implementation of Singapore's domestic top-up tax under the MMTA will interact with the US Global Intangible Low Tax Income Regime, or GILTI for short, and what safeguards are in place to prevent overlapping or duplicative taxation of US multinational enterprises operating in Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we add new global tax rules and local incentives, compliance costs can grow disproportionately. Therefore, I offer 5 suggestions. 1, issue comprehensive transitional guidelines early and provide simplified tax computation tools or advisory clinics. 2, publish a clause-by-clause table of effective dates, listing which provisions are retrospective, prospective, or transitional to reduce ambiguity. 3, provide transitional or good faith relief, allow self-correction in the next assessment year without penalty for companies that relied on prior law. 4, review Pillar 2 compliance costs to ensure reporting obligations remain proportionate for multinationals headquartered here. And finally, 5, harmonize definitions across tax laws via a consolidated glossary, ensuring consistent interpretation across the ITA, the MMTA, and the GST Acts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the above, I support the bill.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank the members for the support of the bill and for their varied comments and suggestions to improve it. I ask for, first of all, for everybody's understanding that I will not be able to address everybody's suggestions today. And this includes Mr. Kenneth Tiong's suggestions on equities market improvements, which are outside the scope of this bill. In line with the Standing Order 72 specifying that the second reading should be on the general merits and principle of the bill, let me first respond to some of the points that are more specific to the bill that other colleagues have raised. Mr. Saktiandi Supaat and Mr. Victor Lai have asked whether we would adjust our implementation of Pillar 2 top-up taxes if other jurisdictions slow or reverse their adoption, and whether this would affect our economic competitiveness. Let me try to briefly recap how Pillar 2 rules work without ChatGPT. When a multinational enterprise is taxed below the minimum effective rate of 15% in a jurisdiction, other jurisdictions will have the right to impose a top-up tax on the multinational enterprise. This design ensures that the multinational enterprise pay a minimum effective tax rate of 15% wherever they operate, even if some jurisdictions choose not to implement the rules. Therefore, if we do not implement the Pillar 2 taxes, we will cede tax revenue to other jurisdictions, as the affected multinational enterprises would have to pay these taxes to other jurisdictions that have implemented Pillar 2 rules. The reopening of negotiations on Pillar 2, including the side-by-side solution that seeks to exempt US multinational enterprises from some of the Pillar 2 rules, has indeed created some uncertainty. But our key consideration for imposing the Pillar 2 taxes to avoid ceding tax revenue remains valid for now. It is far from clear what the final arrangement will be. As Mr. Sean Lowe said, the less we know, the more we should prepare. And so the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor developments very closely and recalibrate our approach if needed, if and when the situation changes. Mr. Louis Chua asked if companies that receive the RIC are required to adopt the arm's length principle. The answer is yes. RIC recipients must ensure that qualifying expenditures incurred from transactions with related parties are at arm's length. Mr. Sean Lowe spoke about the importance of enhancing Singapore's value proposition to global enterprises, and let me assure members that this is a key priority for the government. While Pillar 2 may reduce the room for tax competition amongst jurisdictions, the competition for foreign investment has intensified. PM explained during past budget debates that although BEPS 2.0 was meant to tilt the playing field in favor of governments and to make multinational enterprises pay more taxes, in reality, such enterprises wield considerable leverage. And this is why governments everywhere are therefore still spending significant sums to attract investments. Fortunately, our economic competitiveness is not based solely on tax incentives, but on the strength of our overall business ecosystem. And this includes many factors: a deep pool of human capital, strong rule of law, long-term investments in infrastructure and connectivity, and our capacity to deploy and diffuse new technologies. We are confident about Singapore's economic future. But at the same time, we are under no illusions to the fact that we have to compete harder in this new world where the rules matter less and strategic heft matters more. This is why we established the Economic Strategy Review Committee in August to refresh our economic blueprint. I chair one of the committees on global competitiveness with Senior Minister of State Low Yen Ling. We are developing ideas to strengthen Singapore's value proposition in the global economy, to build new growth sectors such as advanced manufacturing, precision medicine, and artificial intelligence, to attract fast-growing companies from the US, China, India, and elsewhere, to strengthen Singapore's position as a global hub in the flows of goods, capital, talent, data, energy, and ideas. The objective, as always, is to secure good growth for Singapore and good jobs for Singaporeans. And this is why our tax system will have to complement this strategy too. At the company level, we do regularly review the tax system to ensure that it is responsive to industry needs and feedback. And that is why MOF has consulted extensively with SMEs, trade associations, and chambers for this bill. I would like to thank Mr. Saktiandi and Mr. Lai for their suggestions on tax compliance and support for businesses. Facilitating businesses' tax compliance has been and always will be a priority for the Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore. And in this regard, IRAS has been publishing e-tax guides and updating its website to provide clearer guidance for businesses. IRAS has also simplified the tax filing processes for small businesses, such as by reducing the amount of information that they need to submit in their tax returns. Pillar 2 rules are complex, and to help taxpayers better understand and comply with these rules, IRAS has also set up a dedicated mailbox and published e-learning videos and an e-tax guide on the top-up taxes for the businesses to refer to. Associate Professor Jamus Lim also asked on the compliance requirement for securitization entities, our approach to the top-up tax on such entities, or how we would impose the top-up tax, is similar to the treatment in other jurisdictions, including in Australia and Hong Kong. This is to avoid ceding tax revenue to foreign jurisdictions that impose Pillar 2 taxes on securitization entities' income. To ensure that securitization transactions remain viable in Singapore, securitization entities will not be liable for unpaid tax liability of the multinational enterprise or appointed as a filing entity unless it's the only constituent entity here. MOF and IRAS will also work closely with businesses and industry associations to address other remaining areas of concern and to further ease the compliance burden for businesses. Mr. Saktiandi asked about Singapore's implementation plans for the crypto asset reporting framework. This framework provides for the automatic exchange of information on crypto assets for tax purposes with partner jurisdictions. IRAS has announced that Singapore expects to commence these exchanges in 2028 and has been in close consultation with the industry since last year. And it will provide further guidance to the industry in due course. Mr. Saktiandi further highlighted that the short window of the listing corporate income tax rebate incentive and its administrative requirements could discourage participation, and he asked whether or not, as well, whether the rebate would be effective given our implementation of Pillar 2 taxes. While tax measures may be less relevant for large multinational enterprises that are affected by Pillar 2, they will still benefit small businesses or smaller businesses. Ultimately, it's up to each enterprise to consider its own circumstances before applying for any incentive. MOF will monitor the effectiveness of these incentives, and we will be open to making further adjustments if necessary. Mr. Chua spoke about how we should review our tax incentives for family offices to strengthen their economic outcomes for Singapore. Indeed, this is what Singapore does for all of our incentives on a regular basis, and I agree with him and I thank him for his feedback. Mr. Victor Lai suggested setting a clear timeline to extend the enhancement to the 20% shareholding condition for Section 13W tax exemption of disposal gains to registered business trusts and variable capital companies. MOF will indeed study the feasibility of his suggestion, but please give us some time as the ownership structures of registered business trusts and variable capital companies are complex. I would like to also inform Mr. Saktiandi that the employment condition does not apply to the corporate tax rebate. This is because a tax-paying company would be considered an active company, and this approach allows for greater administrative efficiency while still meeting our intent of supporting active companies. However, Section 92L(5) does give government the flexibility to adjust the employment condition if companies are unable to meet it due to unforeseen circumstances. Finally, I would like to thank Mr. Loh, Mr. Saktiandi, and Mr. Chua for their views on providing more support for our workers. Indeed, we have shared the upsides of Singapore's economic growth, including through tax rebates with Singaporeans. The SG60 package this year included a 60% personal income tax rebate to all tax-resident individuals. This rebate is estimated to cost almost 400 million. Mr. Saktiandi and Mr. Chua suggested making structural changes to our tax system to provide more support for individuals, such as reducing the rates for the lowest income tax brackets or to increase the quantum of our tax reliefs. Mr. Chua also suggested reviewing our personal income tax exemption threshold of $20,000. Our personal income tax exemption threshold is already higher than jurisdictions like Australia and Malaysia, where thresholds range from $1,500 to $16,000. Taken together with our progressive tax rates, tax reliefs, and rebates, already around 40% of workers do not pay income tax in Singapore. For those who do, about 80% have an effective tax rate of less than 6%. I thank Mr. Chua for his various suggestions to enhance the personal tax regime, and we will continue to regularly review the personal tax regime to ensure that it remains fair and progressive. I would like to share with Mr. Saktiandi that the training allowances provided under the Workfare Skills Support Basic Scheme will not be taxed, so that the lower wage workers who undertake training can receive the full benefit of training allowances. Most lower wage workers, as I said, do not already pay income tax, but in the event that any worker has paid income tax on the training allowances received, the amendment allows them to obtain a refund of the taxes paid. And this will be publicized by Workforce Singapore so that such individuals can come forward to do so. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, as a small, open economy, Singapore must remain nimble and responsive to global developments. Our fundamentals are strong, and we are well placed to seize opportunities amidst the shifts in the global economic environment. This tax bill will update our tax regime to provide more clarity to businesses and to respond to industry feedback. And this is a key part of our overall effort to strengthen Singapore's economic competitiveness as the global landscape continues to evolve. Sir, I seek to move.
Are there any clarifications for SMS for Finance? The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree, say aye. Aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Finance Income Taxes Amendment Bill.
Committees. Minister Chi. Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 72 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Second Minister for Finance, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Finance Income Taxes Bill. Item 2.
Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, earlier Mr. Kenneth Tiong asked if I could clarify that remark that he mentioned. I believe it was DBS closed-door dialogue. I would like to refer to the following excerpts from Hansard, referring to what Mr. Louis Chua said at the COS earlier this year. This is what Mr. Chua said. On the launch of the 5 billion equity market development program, addressing demand issues, it is a case of better than nothing. As we all know, the government has long held that directing GIC to invest in locally listed firms is not the solution to improve the attractiveness of the local equity market, and its mandate specifically includes the Singapore market. This is unlike Malaysia's Employees Provident Fund, EPF, which is the largest investor in its domestic market, supporting Malaysian companies' capital needs and the economy as a whole, unquote. Sir, I had that impression about the remarks that Mr. Chua made, but after hearing what Mr. Tiong clarified earlier, that the Workers' Party is also of the same view that we should not be pump priming the market by asking GIC and Temasek to invest, to mandate them to invest in local equities, then I think we are on the same page. So I'd like to thank Mr. Tiong for the clarification. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
I thank Minister Chi for his clarification, and I appreciate it. So could I just ask him to please formally withdraw those comments so that it is clear for the record. Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Sir, I believe I did not say those remarks in Parliament. That was, as I mentioned, a closed-door session organized by DBS. And I also explained why I formed the impression based on what Mr. Louis Chua said earlier. So I may have misunderstood what Mr. Chua said, but I read out what Mr. Chua said. Because he put the two side by side, I had the impression that that was what he was advocating. But as I said, if that's not the case, I think that's the important point. If that's not the case, if the Workers' Party's position is the same as ours, i.e., we should not be asking Temasek, GIC to be pump priming the market, to mandate them to invest in local equities as a way of pump priming, then we are on the same page. And I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Order. I propose to take a break now I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 4:05 p.m. Order, order. Order.
Item 2, Regulation of Imports and Exports Amendment Bill, second reading.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry, I move that the bill now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, as a small and open economy, our business's ability to move goods swiftly and securely across borders is crucial for maintaining our competitive edge as global trade hub. Today, we are proposing amendments to the Regulation of Imports and Exports Act 1995 to strengthen the integrity of our trading processes and enforcement capabilities. This will reinforce Singapore's status as a trusted and reliable global trade hub. Allow me to share the two key proposals of this amendment bill. First, the bill will strengthen our regulatory framework for the issuance of trade information certificates. Second, the bill will facilitate Singapore Customs' investigative powers to uphold the integrity of Singapore's trade regime. Our first proposal is to introduce a new Part 3 to the Act to provide further legal and regulatory certainty for the issuance of trade information certificates. Trade information certificates are documents used by businesses in international trade to ascertain certain information about goods. An example would be information on the country of origin of goods. To be clear, trade information certificates issued locally are not mandated by the Singapore government for the trade of goods. However, our local exporters often require them, as the certificates can be requested by the regulatory agencies of other countries or their commercial partners. Currently, Singapore Customs and relevant regulatory agencies in Singapore issue these certificates. Trade information certificates may also be issued by authorized non-governmental organizations. For example, Singapore Customs has authorized 5 trade associations and chambers to issue certificates of origin to businesses that require them for commercial purposes. The bill provides for other eligible entities to be authorized as alternative issuers of trade information certificates while ensuring the integrity of the certificate issuance process. The bill also introduces offense provisions for issuing false or misleading trade information certificates or tampering with these certificates. This is to deter any person who has an intention to falsify or tamper with trade information certificates. In addition, with the amendments, it will be an offense if an individual makes false declaration or provides false information to Singapore Customs or authorized certificate issuers in the application of trade information certificates. Under the existing Act, an appeal may be made to the Minister in respect of any matter mentioned in the Act. The new Part 5 of the Act expands on this and enables the Minister to designate a representative to hear and determine any such appeal to ensure that appeals may be dealt with expeditiously. Such representatives may include Second Minister, Minister of State, or Parliamentary Secretary. Essentially, these amendments help to preserve Singapore's reputation as a credible trade hub by ensuring the legitimacy of our trade information certificates. Our second proposal seeks to enhance Singapore Customs' operational effectiveness through amendments to facilitate the investigation of offences and expand the scope of situations for granting a search warrant. Currently, Singapore Customs can apply to a magistrate for a search warrant to enter premises to investigate offences under the Act. To do so, Singapore Customs is required to reasonably prove that premises contain goods relevant to the investigation. However, there have been instances where Singapore Customs was not able to obtain a search warrant as it was only made aware of the potential offence after the goods had left Singapore. Nonetheless, the premises may contain other evidence useful for investigations, such as books, documents, and records related to the potential offence. Clause 10 of the bill expands the scope for granting a search warrant to include circumstances where Singapore Customs have reasonable proof that the premises contain other forms of evidence related to the potential offence under this Act. Foreign jurisdictions such as Hong Kong and Australia have similar laws. Clause 10 also enables Singapore Customs to inspect relevant computers or associated devices found at the premises and preserve any relevant books, records, or cash that could be evidence of an offence under the Act or its regulations. Clause 13 builds on existing provisions of the Act to make it an offence to alter, suppress, conceal, or destroy books, records, documents, or other articles with the intent to delay or obstruct the conduct of investigation. The amendments to Singapore Customs enforcement powers under the bill are aligned with similar provisions in the Customs Act. I would like to assure members that such powers will only be exercised in the interest of facilitating Singapore Customs investigation of offences. The amendments will enable Singapore Customs regulatory and enforcement operations to be more effective and also strengthen the deterrent effect for offences under the Act. In closing, the amendment bill seeks to strengthen legal and regulatory framework for the issuance of trade information certificates in Singapore, as well as to facilitate Singapore Customs investigation of offences. These efforts will ultimately strengthen Singapore's status as a trusted and reliable global trade hub and a responsible trade partner on the global stage. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Victor Lai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Regulation of Imports and Exports Amendment Bill. This bill strengthens Singapore's trade certification framework and customs enforcement. It safeguards the trust that underpins our open economy and modernizes enforcement powers for a digital trading age. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some people think that Singapore does not impose tough enough penalties for customs offences just because most of our imports are duty-free. This perception is misplaced. Singapore may be trade facilitative, but let it be known, we take trade compliance seriously. This bill makes that very clear. We expect importers and exporters to keep their trade operations in order by clarifying authority and imposing penalties for false or misleading certificates. This bill protects Singapore's standing as one of the most trusted certification regimes in the world. In this speech, I would like to touch on 4 aspects: trust in Singapore's trade ecosystem, 2, ensuring accountability and deterrence, 3, supporting our exporters, and 4, strengthening digital enforcement. 1, trust in Singapore's trade ecosystem. Singapore's trade is powered by trust that goods bearing our name are genuine, properly declared, and lawfully certified. The bill introduces the concept of a trade information certificate, covering certificates of origin, export, re-export, and processing. It establishes clarity on who can issue such certificates and the conditions they must meet. This is not theoretical. In June 2025, a logistics coordinator in Singapore was fined for falsifying and tampering with certificates of origin. Such acts undermine confidence in Singapore's issued documents and threaten our exporters' preferential access to foreign markets. One concern under the new framework of trade information certificates is to ensure that businesses get clear guidance on which existing trade documents fall within the new regime. Implementation will require transitional arrangements, training or outreach programs to help SMEs and trade associations adapt to the new trade certification regime. Financial or advisory support should be provided for businesses that must update internal systems or documentation procedures. 2, ensuring accountability and deterrence. Fraudulent trade certification undermines legitimate global trade. The bill's new offenses for issuing or altering false trade information with fines and imprisonment for repeat offenders provides real deterrence. Those who misuse Singapore's name for gain must face the full weight of the law. 3, supporting our exporters. The bill supports our manufacturers, logistics operators, and freight forwarders who depend on a smooth and credible certification process. This bill recognizes existing authorized self-certification schemes under regional agreements, such as the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and the ASEAN-wide self-certification scheme. It grants continuity to currently authorized persons while having a fit and proper framework for new issuers. The detailed criteria and fit and proper processes to authorize certificate issuers, including what fees, renewal conditions, and processing timelines should be made known. 4, strengthening digital enforcement. Trade documents are now digital. Fraudulent certificates can be created or modified electronically within minutes. The bill empowers authorized officers to search and seize digital devices related to suspected trade offenses. This is vital to investigate sophisticated cross-border schemes that rely on encrypted messaging and online platforms. With these expanded powers, my concerns are safeguards to protect privacy and commercially sensitive information. Will there be independent oversight on audit mechanisms to ensure the proportional use of such powers? I hope that SMEs in particular are not unduly burdened by compliance costs or uncertainties. How will the impact of these changes on Singapore's trade competitiveness be monitored? Will there be unintended trade diversion or increased documentation delays as a result of the new framework? How will such findings be reported and reviewed to address and mitigate any adverse effects? I suggest that annual statistics on the number of trade information certificates issued, rejected, or found to be false be published. There should be a formal review within 2 years of implementation to assess compliance costs, trade competitiveness impact, and regulatory effectiveness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as global supply chains grow more complex, our advantage lies in trust that a document issued in Singapore can be accepted anywhere in the world without question. This bill protects Singapore's name, supports legitimate trade, and ensures that enforcement keeps pace with a digital world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Regulation of Imports and Exports Amendment Bill is a necessary legislative measure to safeguard the integrity and reputation of Singapore's trade ecosystem. The bill primarily seeks to prevent the fraudulent issuance and misuse of trade information certificates, which are official documents that are like a passport for goods. The fraudulent misuse of TICs ultimately damages our nation's status as a trusted global trading hub. False certificates of origin and other TICs undermine the integrity of global trade data, facilitate customs duties evasion, and allow unsafe or substandard goods to enter markets under false pretenses. This abuse, whether involving exports to foreign markets or goods transiting through Singapore, is a clear threat to our national trade integrity and reputation. The amendments also rectify operational gaps by explicitly expanding the scope for search warrants to include documents and records, recognizing that critical evidence in fraud cases is often digital or paper rather than physical goods. These are important steps, but their implementation requires careful scrutiny. The bill appears to be a response to the problem of trade circumvention, sometimes pejoratively referred to as Southeast Asia washing, where traders exploit major global trading hubs like Singapore to circumvent foreign trade restrictions and tariffs. It tackles this by directly regulating origin and non-manipulation certificates, introducing a new offense for knowingly issuing false TICs and mandating strict record keeping for preferential COOs. Complex, high-volume trade circumvention schemes are almost certainly orchestrated by sophisticated actors who command the necessary supply chains. If the bill's primary purpose is to stop this high-level fraud, we must ensure that the severe compliance burden does not fall disproportionately on our SMEs. Could I ask the Minister of State, of all the instances where Singapore Customs has detected trade circumvention via fraudulent TICs, what percentage of these cases involved small local traders versus large MNCs or their subsidiaries? How will the ministry ensure that the compliance burden under this bill does not become an unintended barrier to trade for the low-risk majority? This bill is no simple administrative update. It is a significant shift in regulatory liability that demands substantial internal investments from every trader. While I support the bill's intent, I wish to focus on the significant statutory compliance burden this bill introduces specifically for our SMEs. The introduction of an entirely new statutory framework for TICs converts what was often an administrative arrangement into a formal, highly regulated process with severe penalties for non-compliance. More accurately, the new record-keeping offense for manufacturers and exporters who issue preferential certificates of origin is a substantial shift. This provision formalizes a duty with clear legal consequences, compelling traders to guarantee the proactive quality and accuracy of their records to substantiate the certificate claim, moving well beyond the simpler duty of document retention. Furthermore, the bill expands Singapore Customs enforcement powers, directly linking the integrity of the TIC to the potential seizure of physical goods. This means that the quality of a single document can now potentially stall an entire shipment, placing immense and immediate operational risk on every trading firm. The severe penalties, reaching up to $100,000 for the first offense, risk deterring smaller firms from participating in complex preferential trade, which requires them to issue or obtain these high liability certificates. The bill could expose the inadequacy of many traders' existing internal information systems, their expertise, and organizational control. The Network Trade Platform, or NTP, the National Digital Business-to-Government Platform for Regulatory Compliance, and the Singapore Trade Data Exchange, SG TradeX, a business-to-business platform for operational data exchange, both allow traders to digitally transact with our trade ecosystem. While these platforms are excellent for data exchange, they cannot automate the internal corporate hygiene now mandated by law. The expanded government powers under this bill, which include searching for books, documents, and records, necessitate significant investment in internal corporate governance. SMEs face a significant administrative cost of interpretation as well. These include hiring consultants or dedicating management time to fully understand the legal nuances of the new offenses and record-keeping obligations. This requires a mandatory upgrade to auditable document retention mechanisms to secure, systematically organize, and retrieve records for 5 years or more. The documentation complexity is far beyond the existing trade permit submissions. Therefore, the true compliance costs are not in the permit fees, but in the internal process control required to prevent an honest mistake from becoming a high penalty offense. Furthermore, the severity of the new penalty regime necessitates substantial human capital investment and training. To mitigate these foreseen problems and ensure the bill does not become an unintended barrier to trade, I urge the government to provide robust, targeted assistance to traders to help them comply with the bill's obligations. First, Enterprise Singapore should create a trade compliance technology grant. It could expand on the existing enterprise development grant specifically for technology adoption by SMEs related to this bill's requirements. This funding could cover up to 80% of the cost of adoption or upgrade of traders' enterprise resource planning systems and specialized document management systems to meet the new requirements under this bill. This grant should also be extended to financial support to a trader's internal IT department should they wish to implement the enhancements themselves without engaging third-party vendors. Second, technical support to traders must be bolstered. Singapore Customs and the IMDA must ensure all the necessary APIs are made available for traders to interface between their ERP systems and both the NTP and SG TradeX. These APIs must be accurately and comprehensively documented and supported by a responsive and competent technical and functional help desk service. Third, we need to provide specialist advisory support needed to help local traders bridge the compliance knowledge gap. I propose a trade compliance advisory grant that SMEs can tap on to subsidize the cost of engaging trade lawyers or consultants. These experts can help draft the necessary standard operating procedures and establish a robust corporate governance framework demanded by the bill. Fourth, Customs could also partner with trade associations to offer heavily subsidized specialized training subsidies for SME traders, with a curriculum focused on managing internal compliance systems, enhanced record-keeping obligations, and risk management related to the bill. This bill could also open up career opportunities for Singaporeans wishing to specialize in trade compliance or pivot from another industry. Skills Future Credit and other training grants must be made available to individuals wishing to upskill themselves in this area. If Singapore is to champion ASEAN digitalization and lead in digital trade infrastructure, we must first ensure our local traders have the necessary resources, systems, and trained personnel to meet the highest standards of trade data integrity. Finally, the ministry should adopt a fix, don't fine approach for initial or inadvertent breaches. It should be formalized as a clear, tiered enforcement framework designed to differentiate between genuine error and deliberate fraud. Tier 1 should cover honest mistakes by first-time offenders and minor breaches. Singapore Customs should issue only a notice of advisory or impose a mandatory remediation period. The trader must submit a corrective action plan and leverage the proposed grants to implement a system upgrade with no financial penalty at this stage. This encourages self-correction and transparency. Tier 2 would cover negligence, repeated minor breaches, or first-time significant breaches. A composition sum and mandatory training would be a more proportionate and effective response. The full penalty regime, including severe statutory fines, must be reserved strictly for Tier 3, which covers fraud or gross negligence, where the breach involves knowing falsehoods, deliberate tampering, or clear intent to evade duties. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill's success hinges on how well traders comply with its requirements. We must ensure that deterrence is targeted at the fraudulent few, while genuine traders are supported with the tools and clarity necessary to meet these new stringent requirements. In summary, the bill addresses serious harm to our trade integrity, but risks imposing disproportionate burdens on SMEs. To mitigate these burdens, I propose government support through targeted grants for enhancements to internal systems, consultancy services, and a commitment to a tiered fix, don't fine enforcement framework to guide honest traders into compliance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
Associate Professor Jamus Lim.
Sir, the amendments to the Regulation of Imports and Export Acts, or RIEA, have a twofold aim. to introduce a trade information certificate, which I will go ahead and call TIC. It's an unfortunate acronym. I noticed that MOS Gan skillfully avoided this. To expand the scope of search authority for customs officials. Now, my honorable friend Gerald Giam has just spoken on the importance of further empowering traders, especially smaller ones, through targeted assistance as they navigate the new stipulations that they will have to comply with resulting from this proposed legislation. On my part, I'll take a step back and focus mainly on implications of Clause 3, which provides the framework for a more robust and comprehensive trade monitoring regime, and what this will have on our international trading relations. Specifically, I will probe more into how, even as TICs improve our importing and exporting firms' adherence to our international trading obligations, they also carry additional costs without fully resolving certain concerns. Now, rules of origin, or ROOs, have long been required to ensure that free trade agreements, or FTAs, signed between contracting nations do not inadvertently undermine those that are not party to the same agreement. Without ROOs, goods from, say, Turkey that entered Singapore preferentially may then subsequently be exported to the Philippines tariff-free as a result of ASEAN, even though the latter did not agree to the rates set forth in the Turkey-Singapore Free Trade Agreement. The problem, however, is that the proliferation of FTAs has contributed to a so-called spaghetti bowl of messy, overlapping, and hard-to-enforce duties and barriers, which has been criticized by some as undermining the multilateral trading system. Singapore has been somewhat more guilty than most, given our penchant for signing FTAs, resulting in our very own char kway teow of interweaving trade agreements, several times more than the average economy, and incorporating a host of non-harmonized trading rules. Managing this web of interlocking trading relationships, therefore, necessitates a decisive system of monitoring and reporting ROOs. Singapore had previously implemented this administratively using certificates of origins, or COO. Such COOs carried limited oversight and enforcement, were prone to error or differences of interpretation, and relied on honest and accurate self-declarations. The statutory backbone provided by the TIC regime will undoubtedly make some headway in tightening ROOs, although elevated reporting and accountability requirements along with expanded enforcement powers. Still, ROOs may be circumvented under the revised legislation. For example, TICs cannot preclude a situation where an importer deliberately overstates the cost of local material or labor used to determine origin. Now, this is fraudulent, of course, but detection will only be heightened under the new regime if there were also additional resources dedicated to effect random scrutiny of TIC submissions, perhaps with the use of AI-enhanced fraud detection methods. But slippage may occur even when the intent is not nefarious. For instance, third-party invoicing, the practice of using preferential COOs issued by a third country that may not be a member of the FTA, has historically been accepted by Singapore Customs. Still, there is no immediate assurance that the standards for ROOs applied by the third country would be as stringent as those that we are now developing here. In such cases, it will be helpful to understand how Customs plans to deal with these inadvertent violations of ROOs. The suggestion by member Gerald Giam for a tiered enforcement framework may assuage concerns among those who fear excessive punishment for first-time offenses. Similarly, Mr. Giam has pointed to the need for technical and financial support to small traders that may be overwhelmed by their now more burdensome reporting obligations. On my part, I will also suggest that the ministry consider some form of streamlined submission or automatic reporting process for regular importers, which bring in essentially the same set of goods, similar to how income tax reporting is more straightforward for wage income earners that have not undergone changes in jobs recently. The balance between the two objectives, punishment for intentional misrepresentation, tempered by some degree of leniency for unwitting mistakes, will have practical implications not only for our traders and businesses, but also for how Singapore navigates its ongoing trade negotiations with the rest of the world. After all, earlier this year, there were accusations that Singapore was being used as a transshipment hub to bypass sanctions, resulting in our classification as a Tier 2 nation for the purposes of access to AI technology from the United States. This was a matter that was discussed in Parliament then, but a thorough revision of the RIEA was not mooted then, with only a reference to the Strategic Goods Control Act. Notably, since that time, new reports have emerged to suggest that such illicit activity appears somewhat undeterred, as evidenced by firms such as Singapore-registered Megaspeed and its Malaysian subsidiary Speed Matrix. Similarly, we know that trade in goods and services is accompanied by corresponding financial flows. Over the past 2 years, this House has passed related legislation to further curb illicit financial flows, yet it has not appeared to have deterred the activities of Cambodian businessman Chen Zhi and the Prince Group. It would be helpful to have a better understanding of how the ministry now believes that the revised certificates of origin and non-manipulation will help avoid repeating such outcomes. Relatedly, will the decision by the United States to suspend the so-called de minimis exemption, which the bill does not appear to address directly, require additional subsidiary legislation? Or will the information to be reported in TICs be sufficient to ensure future compliance? Sir, while the new regime will impose a greater regulatory burden on our traders, it's also an important upgrade that will ensure that our nation continues to adhere to its international trading commitments. While the transition may initially be rocky, I believe that in the longer run, our world-class trading and logistics sector will adapt, and new compliance services will potentially emerge to support this endeavor. In a world where the rules-based order is being increasingly threatened, it is essential that Singapore continues to contribute towards sustaining the system that has served our small nation so well. For these reasons, I support the bill.
Mr. Ng Shi Xuan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare my interest as someone who runs a business involved in the trading, importing, and exporting of goods. Many of the procedures covered in this bill, certificates of origin, transshipment documentation, and custom checks are part of my daily operations. Singapore's economy has always depended on trade. Every shipment that leaves our port and every document that certifies its origin form what I call our trust chain. This is because trust is required at each stage. The manufacturer trusts that the supplier to provide genuine materials, the importer trusts that the documentation is accurate, and ultimately, consumers trust that what they buy is what it claims to be. This bill strengthens that chain by tightening how trade information certificates are issued, verified, and enforced. I support this bill because it enhances Singapore's credibility as the trusted trading hub. But I also believe enforcement must remain proportionate and practical for the businesses that keep our trade flowing. Sir, the way global trade operates is changing. It is no longer just about moving goods quickly or cheaply. Partners now ask where a product was made, how it was produced, and whether the supporting documents can stand up to scrutiny. This bill creates a clearer structure for trade information certificates, or TICs. These include certificates of origin, certificates confirming manufacture or processing in Singapore, and certificates confirming that goods have been transshipped or re-exported here. It also introduces new offenses for issuing or using false or misleading certificates, and empowers the Director General of Customs to suspend or revoke authorization from certificate issuers who fail to meet the required standards. Customs officers will also have stronger powers to inspect premises, seize goods, and obtain records where there is reason to believe offences have occurred. These changes make sense. They help ensure that the documents accompanying Singapore's exports, from electronics to batteries and packaged food, remain trusted worldwide. Around the world, we are seeing countries tighten their own trade documentation rules in response to growing fragmentation and uncertainty in global supply chains. In Vietnam, customs authorities have stepped up enforcement against false made in Vietnam claims. Additionally, authorities in nations such as South Korea and Thailand have also increased inspections and seized falsified origin goods. In Singapore, the upcoming bill will further empower the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Singapore Customs to be able to better combat these threats. A key part of this bill is the creation of a predictable system for verifying and issuing trade documents. Previously, certificates such as certificates of origin or certificates of resale were governed by different authorities. This amendment provides an overarching legal framework for comprehensiveness. Also, under current export laws, the process is delegated but fragmented. An exporter may be requested by customs to approach a certificate issuer, such as Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry or Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to get their COs. In the case of falsification, the issuer might not always be clear of its role and responsibility. With amendment, if a certificate is found to be false, the enforcement process is clear and consistent. Just as important, this framework is built for the digital era. It can plug directly into platforms like Trade Trust and the Network Trade Platform, allowing verification in real time. That saves businesses time and cost, while giving foreign buyers and custom agencies confidence that every Singapore-issued document carries the same trusted signature. Just last year in 2024, Singapore's total trade in goods reached 1.29 trillion, and exports were 674 billion. Re-exports made up more than half of that figure. That means most of what we trade depends on the reliability of our documentation and the confidence of our partners. While the intent of this bill is sound, we must also recognize its practical effects. For large exporters, compliance may simply mean tightening procedures. For smaller businesses, it could mean extra hours checking documents, filing records, and verifying that every certificate comes from an authorized issuer. A forwarder shared his account that shipment delays can be caused by an oversight of the HS codes, and cargoes arranged by shippers who are often unfamiliar with requirements cause delays. These delays could range from 1 in 30 shipments for experienced forwarders and regular goods to 4 in 10 for controlled items. The passing of this bill will help to untie some of these knots. Sir, for large firms, these are routine adjustments. For SMEs, they can be significant. But how can we help the SMEs to transit, especially as 99% of our enterprises are made up of SMEs? To keep the system pro-enterprise, I suggest 3 things. First, government agencies should make compliance simple and clear. Enterprise Singapore and Singapore Customs can develop plain language guides, checklists, and templates to reduce the learning curve. Second, there should be active support for capability building. SMEs could tap the Enterprise Development Grant or Productivity Solutions Grant to digitalize their processes. Trade associations and chambers, some of which will be appointed authorized issuers, can conduct courses to bring SMEs up to speed on the new bill and required actions. Third, enforcement should be proportionate. The strongest penalties should be reserved for deliberate fraud, not for first-time or administrative mistakes. Customs can start with education and correction before escalation. Sir, I want to touch on one important procedural issue. The bill expands customs power to obtain search warrants for books, records, and digital documents. This is a serious power. However, seizing goods in a warehouse is one thing. Searching a company's office and taking computers or client records is another. I suggest that where operationally feasible, only copies of books and digital records should be taken to minimize business disruptions on potentially innocent businesses while investigations are still ongoing. We should be firm on fraud, but fair on process. Sir, this bill is part of a wider shift in global trade, from speed and volume to trust and traceability. We want Singapore to remain known not just for efficiency, but also for reliability. In an age where trade is increasingly fragmented, Singapore's strength lies in making order out of complexity, not through bureaucracy, but through clarity and trust. In Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我支持这项进出口修正法案。新法案加强了对贸易资料证明文件的监管，让我们的出口文件更具公信力，也能防止假证、假申报的问题。不过，在执法时，也要兼顾企业的实际运作。对中小企业来说，新的程序会增加合规性成本和时间，因此政府部门应该提供指引与支援，让我们视合规为能力，而不是负担。我也建议在搜查公司文件或电脑时，只在必要情况下才执行，以保障企业运作与信任。总体来说，只要我们在严格与务实之间找到平衡，这个法案能让新加坡在全球贸易中保持可信赖的伙伴地位。In closing, Speaker, I support this bill. It strengthens Singapore's reputation as a trusted and responsible trading hub. But as we build this stronger trust chain, we must make sure that it does not tie the hands of those who keep it running. We should pair stronger enforcement with stronger support and ensure that compliance builds confidence, not fear. If we get this balance right, trade will continue to flow freely through Singapore. Thank you.
MOS.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable members, Mr. Victor Lai, Mr. Gerald Yam, Associate Professor James Lim, Mr. Ng Shi Xuan, who have spoken in support of the bill. And I just want to clarify upfront that this bill, what does it seek to do? It essentially seeks to preserve Singapore's reputation as a credible trade hub by ensuring that the trade information certificates issued in connection with the Act are issued properly, and the effectiveness of our enforcement against offences. Now, existingly, manufacturers and exporters are expected to abide by respective record-keeping requirements stated in the preferential tariff arrangement or agreement. This bill does not amend or add to these requirements. The introduction of the offence provision seeks to reinforce this requirement and ensure proper retention of records as specified in the preferential tariff arrangement or agreement. And such records would include copies of documents that were needed for the issuance of those preferential certificates of origin, such as commercial invoices, packing lists, which manufacturers and exporters are familiar with. And also, just to reassure members here, the penalties prescribed are aligned with similar offences regulated under the Act. Now, let me cover a few other points that have been raised. First, on the impact of this trade information certificates framework on businesses. Members have called for facilitative approaches and clear communication with businesses. I agree. I thank the members for the practical suggestions made, and we will consider them and take in feedback and further suggestions, especially from the businesses, trade association, chambers, and exporters themselves. Now, there are avenues for businesses that require assistance to understand the responsibilities and comply with the regulations. Singapore Customs regularly updates businesses on new information or changes in procedures through its website and circulars. This includes new entities authorized to issue specific trade information certificates and changes to the types of certificates allowed for issuance. Businesses can also seek information and guidance from the Centre for the Future of Trade and Investment, or C40. This is set up by Enterprise Singapore and Singapore Business Federation. Through C40, businesses may receive tailored support and practical business solutions. C40 also regularly organizes workshops, forums, and seminars to assist businesses in enhancing their trade competencies and capabilities. Our SME centers will also similarly advise SMEs on grants and support that's available for them to be able to comply and be effective in the trade system. Next, on matters related to non-governmental authorized certificate issuers, currently 4 chambers of commerce and the Singapore Manufacturing Federation are authorized to issue certificates of origin, and these 5 organizations are required to carry out their duties in accordance with the Regulation of Imports and Exports Act. Singapore Customs regularly monitors these organizations to ensure that their verification of Singapore origin goods is sufficiently robust, and this is helpful for businesses. With the amendment, other non-governmental and private entities may apply to Singapore Customs to be authorized certificate issuers. This will give businesses more options on where they can obtain trade information certificates. At the same time, of course, we must make sure that there are proper safeguards to be confident that the trade information certificates are credible. To this end, Singapore Customs will authorize only applicants that are deemed fit and proper to issue certificates. In addition, the Minister may make regulations imposing requirements that applicants must satisfy in order to be authorized certificate issuers. The amendment also provides for a transparent process under which errant authorized certificate issuers may have their authorizations suspended or revoked. Another issue highlighted by members is on deterring and also detecting offences related to trade information certificates. Singapore Customs will continue to take a firm stance against deliberate false declarations on goods and will not hesitate to take action against violations of our domestic customs or trade regulations. For effective enforcement of our laws, members would agree that Singapore Customs must take a risk-based multi-pronged approach in detecting, deterring, and also in penalizing offenders. To detect non-compliance, Singapore Customs uses data analytics, information received from domestic and foreign counterparts, and non-intrusive cargo screening technology to identify suspicious declarations or shipments. To deter potential offenders, Customs issues circulars to remind businesses on the criteria for determining country of origin of goods and warn companies of the seriousness of committing fraud. Now, Customs will also be very careful about how they share the information and issue advisories, especially where the mistakes made are administrative in nature and are genuine, honest mistakes by people who are not familiar with the rules. But against deliberate offenders, Customs will not hesitate to prosecute them and publicize serious fraudulent cases to reiterate the government's zero tolerance for deliberate violation of Singapore laws. Finally, let me address the points raised on ensuring proportionality in strengthening of Singapore Customs enforcement powers. Members had questions and also some suggestions on safeguards and thresholds for granting search warrants for books and digital records. Providing powers for enforcement agency to inspect computers and associated devices is necessary in today's digital age. The use of such devices in import and export transactions is now the standard practice, with related documents often stored electronically and serving as the key evidence. As digitally stored records can be moved or altered quite quickly, it is crucial to grant investigators the power to inspect these devices to ensure that the investigations are effective and efficient. I want to assure members that every effort will be made to strike a balance between effective investigation and minimizing disruption to legitimate business activities. And these are the majority. Most are legitimate, and Customs will be very discreet and careful in applying for powers to search or to look through their documents. Now, Singapore Customs powers will be exercised solely to facilitate investigations into potential offences committed by businesses with the intent to defraud our trading system. And I was looking through the breaches that customs had detected in the past few years, actually majority were administrative in nature. Some maybe mistakes in the date of the transaction or the number of the shipping container. For such mistakes, usually customs takes a very light touch. It's just an advisory and also a caution to the exporters and the businesses. I want to also reassure members here that the expanded search powers will not be exercised frivolously. Where a search warrant is required, its application must be made on reasonable proof that the premises contain evidence relating to the offense. To conclude, I'd like to reiterate that this amendment bill will do two things. First, strengthen Singapore's regulatory framework for the issuance of trade information certificates by authorized certificate issuers. And second, strengthen Singapore Customs' investigative powers to uphold the integrity of our trade regime. Mr. Speaker, trade is 3 times of our GDP and lifeblood of Singapore's economy. With the support of the House today, the bill will strengthen Singapore's position as a trusted and efficient trading hub and also maintain the competitive edge of Singapore's economy. Sir, I beg to move.
Are there any clarifications for MOS Gun? No. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Regulation of Imports and Exports Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 22 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. DPM and Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Regulation of Imports and Exports Amendment Bill.
Acting Minister Neo, I believe you want to make a clarification.
Mr. Speaker, it's been brought to my attention that I might have inadvertently stated the wrong date of the NOI in one of my responses to the clarifications. For the record, I wish to state that the NOI was issued on 3rd November 2025, as stated in my ministerial statement. Thank you.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.
The question is that Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.